I see you gather before me. Hungry, terrified, clutching your babes to your breast. Emperor Emir has marched his legions into our lands, laid siege to every fortress from here to the Blue Mountains. Rabid and ravenous, he bites and bites away. Men of the North, you stand at the precipice. Your kings have failed you, so now you turn to the gods. And yet you do not plead. You do not kneel to dust your heads with ash. Instead you wail, why have the gods forsaken us? We must look into the trials we failed long ago. In a time past, our world intertwined with another through an upheaval scholars call the conjunction of the spheres. The gods allowed unholy forces to slip into our domain. The offspring of that cataclysm was the nefarious force called magic. Yet we did not banish it, instead studying the vile arcane for our own power and wealth. And the monsters at our door, the unholy relics of this conjunction. The trolls, the corpse eaters, the werewolves. Did we raise our swords against them? Or have we laid this burden on others? On so-called witches. Stray children taught the ways of foul sorcery, their bodies mutated through blasphemous ritual. Sent to fight monsters, though they could not distinguish good from evil. The flicker of humanity, long extinguished within them. Yes, their numbers have dwindled through the years. But a few still roam our lands, offering their bloody work for coin. To this day, they shame us with their very existence. The North bleeds, flogged by war. The battles are the gods' whip, chastisement for our sins. And let us not forget the terrors, the scourges from beyond our world. The wild hunt rides the sky with every full moon. The Dark Raiders abduct our children into lands unknown. Some say they herald a second conjunction. Can we chart a course back into the light? Will we find the strength to banish the mages from our kingdoms? Unite around the warmth of the eternal fire. Nigh is the time of the sword and axe. None will fight this war in our stead. Nigh is the time of madness and disdain.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Aaron Lore, how you doing? You made a mistake. You heard Billy Idol's cover of Money, Money on the radio and decided to look up what he's up to. He's freaking old. Yeah, he's old. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely old. He's, Makoto, hello. Yeah, Billy Idol. I mean, he was even looking old in, what was the one he did, with Adam Sandler? Oh, The Wedding Singer. He was already looking old in that one. And that was not, that was what, late 90s, I think, when that one came out. So, yeah. Yeah. Back, how you doing? Doing alright other than forgetting the whole don't look at images of the musicians you've listened to your whole life rule. Yeah. I mean, look at Paul McCartney. He's been around for, definitely longer. Hell, I mean, I went and saw Elton John, what, 2 months ago or whatever? And yeah, I mean, he's getting up there. A lot of musicians are up there. Hell, they was it Blink 182 is coming back. They're doing a comeback tour or something like that, and you know, which if you haven't seen the video that they put out for that, it's hilarious. I mean, it's great, but it shows them at the end, and they're definitely older. It's Blink 182. You saw them in their video, yeah. Speaking of videos, actually just before I hit the go live button, I watched the new trailer, the newest trailer for the Super Mario Brothers movie. That man, they're just cramming everything into that. If y'all haven't seen it, I go check it out. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff in there. I mean, a bunch. I mean, it's like they're putting everything from the Mario universe of games into this movie. It's a lot. You love Witcher 3. Excellent. Yeah, I've not played 3, so this is going to be a thing. I'm going to check one thing first. I don't know if this is going to work out well or not, but we're going to try it. Have I played 2 or 1? Yeah, I played 1 and 2. I just never played 3. So. Restart. And of course, I need to go check something because it's my coffee. Gosh, this stupid light. Okay, give me a second. Hi, Jeter. Technical difficulties. I know what the issue is. It's the cord. Anyway. There was a disconnect there for a second too, so, but it caught it over here. Gosh, your uncle is an extra bit part in an upcoming movie with Flea of Red Hot Chili Peppers, so you got some photos. Flea is also old. Oh, yeah. Same reaction, you're looking up scooters, see if they were touring in your area. Baxter doesn't dye his hair blonde anymore. All the color's gone. He's got crow's feet. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, Jeter, how you doing? It's nice to see you. So, I guess we'll do story and sword because I think that's supposed to be like normal mode or whatever. And I've not played Witcher, so I don't really know. Afraid to look up like Green Day and find out they're using Walker or something. Well, they did in a video. Granted, that was one of their first videos because I think they, and it was a basket case. You know, they filmed the whole thing and they're like in an asylum or something like that. You're preparing for a trip to Disney. Which one? There's lots of different Disneys. Basket. Yeah, it's a great video and the song's fantastic too. I know exactly where I was the first time I heard it, which was around the same time as I was listening to, I want to say Green Jelly. They had the one song, it was Little Pig. Dookie's extra track, yeah. Florida Disney World's your first time. Ooh, nice. Well, definitely make sure that you visit Star Wars Land. Or Batu, I think they call it. That's just... I need to go there. I mean, it's not like I don't like Star Wars at all. You know. Not at all. Nope. Wearing a Yoda t-shirt as I'm sitting here, so... You believe that's on your itinerary? From everything I've been told, that just the Star Wars area could take up like a day. So, plan to spend some time over there. There is apparently just so much stuff to see. But yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, I have a lot of fond memories of Disney World. I don't know how many times I've been to Disney World. I've been a lot. The German pavilion, that would be an Epcot center though. But yeah. There's really good food at Epcot. I would, with the exception of like the specialty restaurants that they have in the Magic Kingdom. But those you have to pay making a special reservation and pay a shit ton of money for. But Epcot has some amazing food. Everyone calls you the Grinch because you're the only one not excited. You get to see Star Wars. That's awesome right there. You tire pretty quickly to walk around. So there's lots of places you can sit down. And I mean, there is a lot of places. They definitely have it set for people. Because, I mean, you will be, wear good shoes. That is definitely... Make sure you wear good shoes. And yeah, Aaron was right. They do have scooters. Yeah, never ever go to Disney World wearing flip-flops or sandals. You gotta have some shoes. But so expensive makes you want to barf. It's Disney World. It's definitely gotten more expensive over the years. I think I went so much growing up is because we're able to get discounts. Because of, the family business, which is Tupperware. And Tupperware's world headquarters is in Kissimmee, right outside of Orlando. So they would have their big, giant yearly sales extravaganza for all the people. And so we'd go down there, and they'd have all these special passes. So I think I went to SeaWorld like 4 times. I've been to Universal about 3 or 4 times. I don't even know how many times I've been to Disney World. Paternal grandmother's first generation American from my German family on both sides. The food at the German food is so authentic it made me cry. Yeah, that's one thing that you're big excited now that's here and you're about to leave. Excellent. That is one thing that Disney has its faults, of course. I should probably close my blinds so that the Disney snipers don't see me, but no, I mean they do a lot of things right, and they're very attentive to making sure certain aspects of the experience are, well, authentic and, you know, quality. And yeah, the German food is great. They have great stuff in Norway as well. I believe I had food in Japan. I don't remember. It's been such a long time. Mexico was good. I like Mexico. Can't vouch for the other places, but that food is worth it. And you can get alcohol at Epcot. I think they have a limit, but I think it's, what is it? In May, I think it is. No. May is Star Wars because of May the 4th. Well, maybe it is May. Maybe it's late May or it's early June. They do Wines of the World and at Epcot Center, and you can go from all the different countries because the northern half of Epcot is the world, like countries, and the southern half is the whole science and technology and innovation and things like that. And you can go from country to country and try different beers and wines from around the world, and it's really neat. Your partner's very excited to get trashed. Well, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a limit, and there's always people watching because they definitely have their undercover people all around the park. Because if you do something that's against Disney rules, they will find you very fast. And Disney has their own jail. I want to say, what was the story? Was might have been Johnny Depp. It might have been someone else. Actually got caught trying to smoke a joint at Disney World, and they were held in Disney jail for a number of hours. Disney is like its own state, yeah. And there's no bugs in Disney either, because they have their own special way of keeping bugs out. It's a combination of like sonic barriers and what is it? They put like garlic, I think, in the sprinkler systems, but it's so minuscule that humans can't detect it, but the bugs can. It is its own country, pretty much. Yeah, it has its own tax laws and everything. Yeah. That's oh, I moved it. Stupid light. Partner's stepsisters worked at Disney for years, and it's wild. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, she probably has a number of NDAs that she's signed. Yeah. You work for Disney. What happens at Disney never leaves the back rooms of Disney. Or else you never leave the back rooms of Disney. Alright, story and sword. Sure, we'll show the tutorials on. Simulate Witcher 2 save. Sure. You didn't find at their convenience stores they sold bottles of White Russian, so there's that. Oh, yeah. Poor horse. That's some stuff. Not where I am. Their sheets are a little farther north. But there are some near, close, like, within a few hours drive. Might be some closer. I mean, I got sheets on the bed. They have a drink subscription thing that's very nice. Neat.
You know I don't find that amusing.
Well then.
It wasn't meant to amuse, but to prod you to hurry. It's midday already. You promised Ciri you'd train with her. Go before Vesemir bores her to death with those etchings.
$15 a month for any size fountain drink every 2 hours. Oh, Aaron Laura, you know better than that. One, it's not modded.
So, later then.
See you later.
So you can get extra large Diet Coke and, oh look, I have a bit of rum left. Whatever shall I do? There you go. So it's every 2 hours. That's actually not bad at all. So get your extra large, get your drink. And if you're in walking distance, just walk right back and get yourself some more. Yeah. Honestly, though, 2 hours is an awfully long time. Unless you just buy an extra large first and then come back when you're ready for your free refill whenever. I don't know if that would work. 48. Oof. Yeah, okay, that is a lot. 2 hours, I mean, it'd go a little flat by that point. I'm sure it doesn't have to be just soda. It's fountain drink. Like, we have Quick Trips near me, which I know is from a I think they started in Georgia, but they're spreading across a lot. So I would assume that tea and coffee would be involved as well. What about slushies or ices or whatever you want to call? Well, no, ices is the name brand, so it would be a slushy, wouldn't it? Or slushes. Do they count as fountain drinks? No. Well, okay, for example, like I was saying about Quick Trip, which is what is the predominant one now in my area. I mean, you still got your Shell stations and Exxons and things like that. Circle K's. You don't like most iced teas, lemonades, and stuff that are in the fountain. That's understandable, Jeter, but what I'm going with, like I'm saying, using Quick Trip as an example, and I think Aaron, you and I have had this conversation. It's surprising how many gas station convenience stores these days actually have good food. Like they have an actual kitchen inside for food. Quick Trip does like from scratch pizzas and grilled cheese and all sorts of stuff like that, and they will have, it's usually like 32 different types of things off the machines, the fountain machines, but they'll also have about 12 to 14 different flavors of tea. I mean, you'll have your basic unsweet black tea. You'll have your basic sweet black tea. You'll have a green tea. You'll have a green tea with mango. You have a black tea with raspberry. You'll have all these different things. Actual subscriptions titled self-serve beverages. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe ask next time you go in if you could get that. If you have some vodka and get yourself a slush. That'd be pretty fantastic. Wawa food is pretty good. Yeah, I think I've been to a Wawa on some road trip I took some years back. It's just been a while. I definitely remember going to Sheetz. I worked for about, it was 10 days maybe. I worked in Richmond, Virginia, managing a bar. I was kind of like subbing in for them, like as a help, because it was a chain, so like they needed help. So they could spare me from my store, so I went up for a week and a half in Richmond and stayed at like one of those like extended stay kind of hotels. And there was a Sheetz, and I'd go there like constantly. Yeah. Yeah, you're a little bit more west, aren't you, Aaron? Oh, maybe not. That's right, Harrisburg. Yeah, it's not quite west. And I'm pretty sure I went to a couple Sheetz when I was working in Erie. I was actually talking about it earlier today in someone else's stream, how that was the only Great Lake I've ever been to was Lake Erie. And because of the lake effect and, it was cold, I walked on it. Oh, you're going to PAX? Oh, neat. I think you mentioned something somewhere about that. That's cool. Wow, Scranton. Okay. I may have to turn the settings down a little. No, not that one. Turn that off. That actually seems a little better.
You're running out of juice.
I know. You might bring me some more once you're done training.
Waiting for Wawa to make its way there, but until then, sheets, rudders if you must. I don't know anything about rudders.
Lilac and gooseberries, of course.
Geralt, stop fingering my toiletries.
Oh. Jeez.
See, I thought Ciri could stand to wait a little longer.
It's uninstructive, not to mention unreasonable.
Let's be unreasonable.
I don't want to be reasonable.
Aha, so that's the way the wind blows. Go and train with her, then come back. It'll give me a chance to put my face on.
Of all the women I've known, you're the only one who does that before.
You've known many.
What's it matter? Only ever thought of you.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit of stuttering. Let's see. It's one of those things that, you know, testing it off stream is one thing, but I can never completely figure it out until I've actually started the stream. I think that's the only thing that changed was the hair.
Old Witcher's fast asleep. Ciri's disappeared somewhere, of course. Guess she prefers practice to theory.
What?
Time to wake up, Master. These lessons so boring they put you to sleep too?
Damn it. After taking notes on ghouls and owl ghouls, wanted to rest my eyes a bit.
Making her slog through that brick? No wonder she took off.
John of Bruges lacks flair, true, but he's reliable. Not like the hogwash they print nowadays. She's tackling the pendulums, right?
How many times do I have to tell her? Don't train alone. It only embeds your errors. Bring our young damsel to the lower courtyard. She wants to practice, she'll get to practice.
You'll admit when you went to Rutter's last, it was well before COVID. I mean, I've never been to Rutter's, so.
Don't get mad at her.
Why the hell not? The whippersnapper refuses to do as she's told.
You like that about her.
Fine. I suppose I'm partly to blame. But this has to end. Now. Killing monsters is not something to be taken lightly. Ciri must understand that, if she's to become one of us. I'll see you below.
Wrong. Now I see why you were so eager to practice. Strike. You're not in this circus. Pirouette. Wrong. Footwork. Enough. Get down.
With a flip?
What do you think? All right. Take off the blindfold. You've got work to do. Your reflexes are still slow.
Maybe for a witcher.
Think drowners or striggers will go easy on you because you haven't undergone the mutations? Though in your shoes, I'd fear Vesemir more than any strigger. Disobeying his instructions, unwise.
Well, yes, but that book was horribly dull.
Her body looks wrong.
No, and you know that's no excuse.
How so?
I'm sorry. It won't happen again.
Proportions seem off. Well, yeah, I guess I could see that. I mean, she's kind of stunted, I guess, is a way to put it. But she is supposed to be younger, right? So.
Sorry's not good enough. You're gonna read Ghouls and Al-Ghouls in its entirety, appendices included.
No, please!
And possibly the clothes maybe have something to do with it.
End of discussion. Come on, we'll practice with the others down
Yeah,
below.
yeah. No, I
Shall
get
we
what
run the
you're going
walls?
with. I kind of figured that was it. Dwarfism, like you would think like a dwarf or a halfling maybe. She's a kinder. Hey, what day do you remind me? I can't remember. Like, do you remember exactly what day the physical copies, like the actual Shadow of the Dragon Queen, all that is released? I mean, obviously the pre-orders and all that are out if you have it on through D&D Beyond or D&D Online or whatever. But the actual physical copies, I'm trying to remember the exact date. It's December 8th. So, like, next Thursday? Is that right? 6th. Oh, so next Tuesday. This Tuesday, right? Or Monday. Is that Monday? And my days are all... Today's the 29th. Yeah, next Tuesday. It's out for people who have pre-ordered the bundle from Wizards that includes a physical and digital copy and for D&D Beyond insert. Yes, yes. Well, I always a Tuesday. Okay, yeah, fair. Well, I have the pre-order, so because I have the digital copy, and I know you have the digital copy. I'll have the physical copy. I guess I'll have it next Tuesday, provided that deliveries and mail work right. So I will hopefully be trying to do the I don't know. I'll look through the box of the Warriors of Kryn because I did get the deluxe one and see because I'm kind of interested in doing that as a play. Yes, I know Aaron Lord, and I did get the digital copy, but I got both. So yeah, I'm getting the physical because I want what the board game. I want Warriors of Kryn, so I'm definitely gonna have that. And I have been reading through a bit of Shadows of the Dragon Queen. It's a very interesting adventure so far of what I've gone through it. I'm trying not to go through all of it all at once because I want to actually look through it as on a physical copy. You can definitely see me wanting the physical, specifically just because it's Dragonlance or just because. Yeah, it's gonna go here. Oh, there's a post. I didn't even realize there was a poster. I've actually been looking at it like at work on my phone through the D&D Beyond app. Like it's unlocked and open. I can watch it whenever, read it whenever, whether I'm connected to. Well, if I'm in my, no, I mean I would be able to read it anyway because of either of us. But yeah, it's. I didn't realize it was a poster. Oh, that'd be cool. I can't really put it up behind me where I am here today, like right now, but maybe someday in another stream room or something. That'd be pretty cool. But I'm gonna try to have it set up if I do this the board game thing as a chat plays, have a like redeem channel points to be a player or something like that, I guess maybe, and have it set up so the camera will be pointing onto this table that's right here. Have the board set up there, and then do everything through that. I think could be an idea of something to do. I'm not completely sold on it on how I'm gonna do it yet, but I don't have my phone nearby right now. Yeah, one sec. There you go. The full continent map is a poster. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a nice poster. I like it. And I like the close-up one that they have of Calaman. That's pretty nice too. Yeah, it really is a nice map. You know, it's really interesting considering I was doing the I'm doing it more now in my off time, playing the Champions of Kryn old Goldbox Dragonlance game. And it's a lot kind of a similar area to what's in the game in this Shadows of the Dragon Queen. Not quite. It's a little more south and to the east, but there are definite parts that I think are a little bit of overlap between that old game and this. I mean, you're closer to like Naraka and Sanction and Throttle and all of that, which is definitely more east and a little more south. Let me double check this again by looking at that map. Yeah, Estwald. Which, if you're looking at the Calaman map, which says the Calaman Northern Wastes, you've got Calaman, and just to the south and east is Estwald, and that's the northern part. That's just to the north of the map that you're covering in Champions of Krynn. So, if you're looking at the big map, directly south of Estwald is Taman Busuk, and that is in Champions of Krynn. And then all that area south of it, because Naraka's down there and Sanction is right there at the edge of the new sea. Yeah. Just want Gore to include the helm and then have Caitlin take a shift flying our manor somewhere. Well, maybe. Sure, that'd be a fine idea.
Of course. Is a Witcher school or an elven bathhouse?
Beat you to the bottom.
Maybe if you fall.
Ah.
What did I tell you about breathing? Through your mouth, in rhythm with your steps. Siri, cut it out.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to do that.
Run into trouble? Should I turn back and help you? Geralt?
I win.
Your legs are longer. I'll show you yet. I just need to grow a bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of the issue is the clothes that she's wearing.
Anything to say for yourself, young lady?
I'm very sorry, Uncle Vesemir.
Young blood craves action, I understand that. But when you fight a beast, knowledge counts as much as your silver sword. At the very least, you ought to be able to tell a ghoul from an owl ghoul.
By markings, like unto the Panthera tigris that in Zerrikania dwells, and by the sickly paleness of its visage.
So you did read the chapter. Still, you should have asked if...
But you were asleep, Uncle Vesemir.
Could have said you did the exercise while Vesemir was asleep. Won't weasel out of this.
Don't try to weasel your way out of this.
A witcher must know how to trick his opponent. You said so yourself.
Might have. But don't use my words of wisdom on Vesemir, got it? That's playing with fire.
Fine, we've talked enough. Geralt, you're with me, Lambert with Eskel, Ciri with the dummy.
Again?
Stop groaning and grab a sword. What do you think? Should we start by reviewing the fundamentals or go right to free training?
I think we'll do the fundamentals.
Should work on the basics. Even skilled masters need to hone the fundamentals, and Ciri's barely a novice.
Yeah, Aaron Laura, I figured that you were kind of more interested in the getting that helm to Caitlyn, considering that was the very first thing you posted on the day that the preview went live. I'm going to turn this down a little bit more. It is still skipping some. Actually, I wonder if that'll help.
Quick cuts. 1, 2, 3. Strong strikes now. Give it all you got. Never lock your elbow when striking, young lady.
Sliced your jugular.
What the blazes are you doing? Dodge.
Position, Ciri. Footwork. Remember.
Damn it.
Not bad. I think I'm training Ciri tomorrow.
Parry. Ciri,
likely to
see
be
how
more of a
Geralt
challenge.
holds his sword? It's angled. Tomfoolery! Enough!
What am I supposed to parry?
Had enough?
Like you stupid dummy.
Pretend now, live later. Riposte! Strike! Counter-strike!
Okay.
Maybe a storm's coming.
And what?
Come on! At them!
Do.
Sliced your jugular.
Now, young lady, to bring the day to a close, we'll go over a few witches' signs.
Twin
Let's start with
sign.
Ciri, Quen is sometimes called the Witcher's Shield. Now watch carefully to see why. Cast Igni, Geralt. I want to see sparks fly.
Igni.
See? If not for the Quen sign, I'd be aflame by now. Ah, Geralt, come on! See that, Ciri? Ard will knock anyone or...
What now?
Time for Axie. Damn it. I hate this feeling.
Axie.
Ugh. Axie can really muddle your mind.
Oh. Confusion. Cool.
Erden now. Show her, Geralt.
Been a long time since I even played 1 and 2, so.
See this, Ciri? Couldn't move if I wanted to. Throw a bomb. Don't worry,
Bombs.
Ciri. Quen will dampen the blow.
I don't remember what it said for sheathing. Order warning show. Yeah, brand new.
Damn, you're ugly.
Enough. Continue training at will.
It cut off it. She cut off his head.
Whoa! You really showed him, kid.
Siri, get down here.
A little she-devil. Soon as she's back, we'll set her to polishing all the swords at Kaer Morhen.
Find that helmet? Siri? I'll make sure to find every last blade for you. What the? Vesemir.
Oh.
I've long awaited this, and you, White Wolf.
All blades of Kaer 1. Only about 300 plus blades. Oh yeah. Yeah, just a bit of an episode. I mean, it was the tutorial.
You all right?
Had a nightmare.
About?
Take forever to explain.
Dawn's some way off. We've got time.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Started in the guest room at Kaer Morhen. I was relaxing in the tub, and next to me,
Triss?
Yennefer. Funny, isn't it? She's never been there. Seemed so real in my dream, though.
Was she nagging you about something? True to life, indeed. We'll find her.
Then we trained with Ciri.
In the dream, I went and found Ciri. Then we trained.
Those were the days. Little she-devil. I've trained kids who were faster, stronger, but none had her character. Didn't end well, did it? Your dream?
No. A wild hunt appeared, attacked Ciri. I couldn't move, stood there like a stump.
It was just a dream.
That's the problem. It was more. In the past, when Ciri'd appear in my dreams, something was wrong. She was in danger.
We taught her how to defend herself from anything, wraiths included.
Be dawning soon. Time to go.
Wait. Show me the letter from Yennefer. Might have overlooked some hint in there.
Didn't overlook anything. We were meant to meet in Willoughby. That's what she wrote. Meanwhile, one army or another burned the village to the ground. All we can do is follow her trail, so...
Stop talking for a minute and give me the letter. Ah, how about that? It does smell of lilac and gooseberries.
You were gonna read it, not sniff it.
We must meet soon. Willoughby near Vizima.
Mazarek, hello again.
Nothing else to guide us there.
Yeah, I guess how much do I know about the Witcher universe? A fair bit. I played through 1 and 2. I've read the first 2 books. And yeah, I mean, I watched the show, but I don't really put much into that. Stuffed unicorn. We used it as a bed once.
Stuffed unicorn. Used it once or twice. In certain situations.
The things young folk get up to these days.
Back on topic. How's it look? How far behind Yennefer are we?
2 or 3 days. Trail's fresh. But it looks like it leads towards the main road.
And Ciri gets all growed up and was promised the Witcher dude as a life debt, so she's not related. Yeah, that's true.
Wait, hear that?
I hear it. I smell it. Ghouls.
All right, before I continue this, though, yeah, I know a fair bit about it. Like I said, I played... Yeah, I'm getting some glitching. Liam Hemsworth. It's Chris Hemsworth's brother.
There he goes. One of God's own prototypes. A high-powered mutant of some kind never even considered for mass production. Too weird to live, and too rare to die.
Lord Warning Shot, thank you very much for that subscription. I appreciate it. Welcome officially to the Gamma Forest. Now you have use of all of the wonderful emotes we have here beyond the follower emotes. You know, all the trees and the hearts and the dice and, of course, my face and, you know, all the nuts. And many more. And, of course, you can also do a mustache parade if you so choose, because that is one of our emotes now. It's just a picture of this moving across. But anyway, I need to go get a refill on my coffee, so I'm going to use this moment before we start fighting this. What are we fighting? Say ghouls? Yeah, ghouls. Before we start fighting these guys. So I'm going to go do that and use this moment as a opportunity to get my first kind of stretch of the night. I like to get up and move around to stretch, and I always recommend everyone. Sub to skip to commercials, not a problem. I understand completely. I need to kind of actually go through and kind of, I guess, move where they're appearing. The bullets are the surprise. Yes, suddenly land sharks. That is definitely something I need to kind of change around. But either way, I will return shortly. Feel free to go get a stretch, get something to drink, get something to snack on, use facilities, all that good stuff. And because of what we do here, we do need to get a tree fact. So, yes. The most poisonous tree in the world is the macanil tree, which is native to Florida. So, you know, Jeter Juice is going down to Disney World. Maybe we'll see one. If eaten, its fruit can kill a person. Additionally, standing under its tree during a rainstorm can cause blisters on the skin, and the smoke from a burning tree can blind you, and it's permanent. From everything that I've read about it, it will permanently blind you if you have the smoke hit your eyes and it's on fire, like, say, a thunder and lightning storm, which, you know, Florida, so hurricanes. It's a dangerous tree, which, you know, makes sense, because Florida. Got blisters on me, everything. Why? All right, I'll be back shortly. Okay, I have returned. Yeah, it does sound like that Machineal tree does sound like something from Australia, doesn't it? But it's also, there's other trees that are dangerous as well. There's the dynamite tree. Here's a look at the weirdest spider. Who got the better forest, this or the Oblivion? Well, I just started the game, so I can't tell you for sure. And this is unmodded, whereas my Oblivion playthrough was a modded forest. So much different. Although, unmodded Oblivion, you can find trees that are like floating off the ground because of, Bethesda. So, there's that. But the dynamite tree is another interesting one. I don't remember which fact that is. Maybe 11 or 13 or something like that. But it's got the exploding fruit. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Oh, yeah, that's the, 11's the baby trees. They put the dead babies into the trees. That's a neat one. Putting a dead baby in a tree. That's a neat one. Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of a, it's an honor. They honor the baby's spirits and with their beliefs. Number 13. Which one was on? Oh, the Swastika Forest. Did they destroy it? I don't. I got that quote recently, so I may have to update it. Bethesda in through large, expansive worlds, and they're just ever-present low-grade level of bugs. Yeah, I'm hoping that Microsoft's acquiring of Bethesda will help them, at least with Starfield, which I'm excited for Starfield, but at the same time I'm hesitant. I want to see how it releases first, and that will kind of give me an idea of how Elder Scrolls 6 will turn out. I mean, we'll have to just see how it goes.
Of course, when armies pass, necrophages follow. Let's go before any more show up.
Brandenburg state authorities, concerned about damage to the region's image and the possibility of the area become a pilgrimage site for National Socialist supporters, attempted to destroy the design by removing 43 of the 100 large trees in 95. However, the figure remained discernible with the remaining 57 trees, as well as some trees which had regrown, and in 2000, German tabloids published further aerial photographs showing the prominence of the swastika. By this time, ownership of around half the land on which the trees sat had been sold into private hands, where permission was gained to fell a further 25 trees on the government-owned area on December 1st, 2000, and the image was largely obscured. Yeah? You're excited for Starfield. A space station with a dragon animation can only be pulled off by Bethesda. Yeah. But you know what that makes me think of? A space station with a dragon animation. Serpentera. The giant dragon-shaped spaceship that was owned by Lord Zed from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Obviously, Power Rangers has been in the news a lot lately with the death of the original Green Ranger. Food and drink places are have to consume them and regenerate vitality. Didn't watch much of Power Rangers, to be honest. You'd think of Stellaris, Void Drake. Ah, yeah, that's another one, too. I should get back into Stellaris. I played that, I think, once, maybe twice on stream early on when I first started. But I never really played much of it, else of it. You don't get those attempts to make, like, multi-planetary world space like No Man's Sky and stuff. Game world should be smaller in order to be more interesting. Well, I mean, different people like different things. I like No Man's Sky. I like it a lot. I don't stream it on a regular basis, but I do it if they have one of their big updates and they've got one of their expeditions live, and it looks like something I would enjoy, like the space sandworm thing. That one was neat. I like that one. I've got a good clip of that when I'm sitting there talking, and then suddenly one just like pops up behind me. I'm like, oh, it just went to ground right over by my spaceship. I better go make sure my spaceship's okay. Big worlds are cool and all, but what's the point if the world is empty of content? This game is a good example of doing the big open world right. Yeah, that's everyone said that. I've heard that quite a lot about this one.
Where do you think you're going? Come back.
Crystal
Third
Skull.
in black crystal. Why do I think this is Yen's? Slow now.
Oh, give me this thing. Blue ball. The attempts are because people are sick of being given a book and told to play it. They want to make their own stories in their own worlds. Basically, people want to do something between NaNoWriMo and a TTRPG. How's it work, though? If you land on a planet, can you explore the whole planet? In which case, the planets are comically ridiculously small. They've talked about that, I think, in at least one of their updates about Starfield. How they are going to be a little smaller, but I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember everything they said. Fast travel. Yeah, we're just going to walk. Pick up all the things.
War's not exactly going our way.
We have a side.
The Northern Realms.
Radovid's realms, don't you mean? Temeria and Edirn are no more.
Radovid's pledged to restore the old borders. as soon as he wins the war.
Believe that?
Gotta believe something. That's what keeps us going.
Okay, comment that a vanilla soy milk latte is just a weird 3-bean soup. Yeah, I've heard that one before. I mean, by the definition of soup, then yeah, it basically is. Soybean, vanilla bean, and coffee bean. Coca bean.
Long trek.
You've reached the world's edge. This is the world's edge? There's a monster nest.
I like that silver.
Come here.
Ghoul nest. Ought to just destroy it.
I don't know. How do I get to... Here we go. Coffee's definitely a broth, but vanilla you call an herbal tea, so I guess you could add a tea to soup. It's a soy, though, because it's definitely a soup. You cook it and blend it over a long period. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Arm blade. Yeah, it said that earlier. Finished the game 8 times, no worries. Just because I steep my herb in alcohol doesn't make it not a tea. It's very true. Tea does not have to have tea leaves. You can make tea, have mushroom tea. You can make herbal tea. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Bad joke 'cause it's not pronounced that way, but you can have peyote. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, there was something in here about... There it is. Oh. Yeah, it's grape shot, and there was something else it asked for. So I need saltpeter and calcium equium, or what was the other thing it asked me? It said... Not oils. There's a second thing it said. I'm just trying to see what I've got on here. No, that wasn't it. It did say it was grape shot, and then there was a second option. There were two things. Grape shot, salmon, or dancing star bomb. That's what it was. Grape shot. Salmon. Which I need saltpeter. Wild grapes have big seeds, but you can still squish enough juice out to ferment. Yeah, that's true. I'm guessing I'm not going to be able to get that right now. I'm just now noticing that it actually tells me when stuff's out there that I can pick up on the mini map. That's useful. Thankfully, didn't have to invest a perk into herbalism like the first day. Oh yeah, that's right. Man, it's been a long time since I played the first one too. So I don't have saltpeter, so that's the one thing I need. And you accidentally soft locked yourself without. Oof. Directive number A289. Or IX, I guess. Burying the bodies of hanged deserters and rebels is hereby strictly forbidden. Anyone caught trying to cut down hanging corpses will be summarily executed. Merwin Rosen, Viceroy of the province of Temeria. Kronos! I would if I could. Triple dog dare me. It won't let me. Ransacked village. Same thing. I put your fire out, haha.
Any tidings from Vizima?
You've been meaning to play this game for like 2 years now, but never got to it. Soon will be the best time to do it. A graphic upgraded version is coming out soon. Yeah, it's very true. And I got the full version on Steam for like $10. But the Steam sale's over now. But it's still probably fairly cheap. But yeah, on the 14th is going to be a major graphics update. So I'll, update it then. Hopefully by then I'll figure out any kind of kinks that might be arising from stream. It's just going to be fiddling with the settings as I go. Oh, you got it on a Black Friday deal on Steam for Christmas a couple years ago. Okay, cool.
Go! Go away! Go!
Why? Burn your house down. Got the Halo Master Chief Collection at the same time. Oh. When am I playing Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning? Oh, that's right. That's a Steam a Humble thing, isn't it? Was it this was it November's? It was November's, right? Because that opened up today, right? Yeah. You know, I don't know. I probably will end up playing it though. I actually remember when it first originally came out on console. Looking at him currently to see if you should have just skipped. I think that really might have been the only thing I was kind of even sort of interested in. Because I've already got Squadrons, which came out on Epic today for free. And I got Squadron. I have Squadrons off of a previous Humble Choice. You skipped October? The only one... October had something. The Dungeons of Nahwabul, whatever it is. And I might end up playing that one. Nahwalbeck, or I don't, whatever it is. Oh, that was September? Well, something was in October's. Deathloop. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's right. Because I remember saying something about it, and Gord was like, "Well, you know, Deathloop was supposed to be really good." I was like, "Well, maybe, but not really that interested in it."
What now?
You can guess your interest in it, given the whole skip thing. Yeah, there was something that I think was interesting to me. I just don't remember what it was.
What do you want?
Disciples Liberation, maybe, or Dark Pictures Anthology. No, it wasn't one of them either. You Doubt Made of Skirt. Actually, I did get that one. Because I was considering playing it on Halloween. Because that was Monday, the 31st. But I ultimately decided on trying Amnesia Rebirth instead. And I might hold on to Golf Gang just because it looks like a multiplayer thing, kind of like golf with your, former friends. Railroad Corporation, and I don't know if it's surprising or not, but any of these like chef games, I really do not enjoy. Because it's what I do for a living. Why do I want to sit there and play a game where I have to make food when I do it every day for, my job? So, if it was at all realistic, you think it'd be fun? While I don't doubt that you'd be able to handle yourself well, I feel like you with knives and fire is like giving any of that to Wednesday Addams. And yeah, I watched the first 2 episodes of that today, so. That's why you like Played Up. It's completely a cartoon. It is. You remember some Disciples game from like 15 years ago that was like a Heroes of Might and Magic with 4 factions? How'd I like Wednesday so far? You've worked in kitchens in multiple positions, including like... Yeah, I know. We've had this conversation before. I've watched the first 2 episodes of Wednesday, and, you know, it's not bad. It's not bad. You and your daughter binge watched the whole season on this. I think I remember you saying something about that. Whether it was yesterday or on a Discord or... Maybe... No, maybe it was a message that you sent me. Possibly. You wasn't expecting much before watching? Fair.
The wild hunt in the heavens always heralds war.
And it does have Catherine Zeta-Jones in it, so I was pretty happy with that. And Christina Ricci. In the Scouts, you were in charge of teaching the new Scouts how to build fires because of your tendencies, but that was only after they were taught safety, because apparently you're giggling at melting a steel ring with a campfire made the leaders nervous. Fool's parsley leaves. So, what is that, Italian parsley? Cilantro? You only did it twice, and they suddenly thought that maybe even when you were building a contained fire, it wasn't entirely safe. Oh, I could open a door. There we go. Taking all the things. You only set the ground on fire 3 times, so you have no idea what tendencies they thought I had, that they got nervous when they saw you had your magnesium out. Nice. Oh. I died. I think the wolves are dead by now. Disciples 2, Rise of the Elves. Alright, so they're levels above me. Not much, 3 levels. 2 levels above me. I'm level 1, they're level 3. Your Scoutmaster put it the one time, though, when using his fancy industrial, he was an industrial and commercial plumber, thermometer. I didn't know this thing could display over 1,000. That's awesome. That's better. Take diagrams to craftsmen with the proper skills to have them craft the item for me. Take a look at those in just a moment. I seem to have to go all the way back around. I remember the drowners. All right, what do we got? What am I wearing? A 1. This game on choice that you may get unmetal. Yeah, I saw that one. An homage to the original Metal Gear. Yeah, it does kind of seem like that. And the original Metal Gear I played so many times. This looks pretty good for now. Seems like it's a lot easier than that game. Well, there's not as many. The original Metal Gear was difficult, to say the least. Not a high bar to cross to be a lot easier. Just sort of have to not want to make your players cry. Yeah, and don't forget, like, when you decided that you wanted to continue the game, you had to basically, like, die. And then it gave you this 25 character code that you'd have to write down to re-enter every time you wanted to start back to where you were. Have a good night, Lord Warning Shot. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And if you had bad handwriting, yeah. You ever see your handwriting? You slash your O's. Oh. Learned that as a child with codes. Yeah, to distinguish between a 0 and the letter O. You slash your 7s in the middle. Your 1s have a tilted top and a base. For me, it depends on what I'm doing with 1. And 7, I've seen at least three different ways that people do 7s. You got your basic, can't do, like, you know, boop, boop, like that. You got the one that goes like that with the cross across. Then there's up and then over and then down, which that's how I do it now. I've changed it over the years too. Like at one point I just did 7, and now there's 7 with a cross, and then up. You can see 1 and 2 being confused that way. I could see, considering how I do the 7 like this, if I did that, well, no. Sometime later.
We going? Help me! Help!
Well then. Griffin? Just flying with the horse.
Has it gone?
Yeah. Come out.
Gods, that was close. I was sure I'd end up like my mare.
Provided you got lucky.
Your horse died quickly, but griffins like to toy with their prey. Eat it, alive, piece by piece.
Oh. You'd like a reward, I suppose.
Well, we didn't kill it.
You don't owe us anything. You were in need. We helped.
And they call witches heartless. Say they won't lift a finger without pay.
They also say mice are born of rotting straw. Back to the trail.
Like I said, leads to the main road and ends there, muddled.
You seek someone?
Why do you care?
What's it to you?
Well, you see, there's an inn here in White Orchard. Sole one around. Gets its share of travelers. Perhaps you'll learn something there. Besides, the innkeep's my cousin. Tell her Bram sent you. She'll treat you like family.
Not a bad idea. Especially since that wound needs cleaning.
Ah, beast barely grazed me. But sure, could use a good rye. Nice and cool, you know. straight from the
Kickback. Decent
cellar.
idea.
Let's go.
Greetings. Greetings.
Hmm. Unaged whiskey. Yeah, I'm well aware of what rye is. Bullet's one I like. You've only tried one. I was disappointed. Yeah, well, it's not for everybody, and it's definitely got a different taste. I tend to prefer bourbons over anything else. Of course, now they have, rye bourbon and the like, so. You insist your vodka is made from potatoes, so you do tend to be particular. Well, that's how it's made. Bees. A lot of vodkas anymore are either rye or corn based. Yeah, I know. And I mean, there's still there's still a few that do grains and things like that, besides rye and corn based. And then you have the crap like Ciroc, which is made out of grapes. That's just clear wine. I do prefer my vodkas to be potato. I do like Tito's. I can't remember if Tito's is made with potato or not. It might be grain. Which I was still very surprised that I liked it as much as I did, considering the fact that it's made in Texas. Yellow corn. Oh. Well. I guess that makes sense since it's made in Texas. There was a restaurant at one in this would have been down where was it? I was living at the time. I want to say it was Columbia, South Carolina. And it was an oyster bar. And they made their own cocktail sauce. And they would use it in this giant glass jar filled with jalapenos and Tito's. And they would mix that with their homemade cocktail sauce to make their own Bloody Marys. It was delicious. And I don't really like Bloody Marys. Gloria! You drink preferably Sobieski? Isn't that a actress's name? Lily Sobieski? Can't find that, which happens. Luke Sosoa is your second choice. I think I've had that one. I like Chopin. Stoli actually still being I think Stoli's still actually made with potatoes, isn't it? Sobieski is a royal line. Yeah, but isn't that also an actress's last name? Like Lily Sobieski? Leela? Something like that. Very slender woman. Usually long hair, light colored. I don't know, not necessarily blonde, but at least light brunette, but maybe blonde. Lily, okay. I haven't seen her in stuff in a while, but I know she's been in a fair amount of stuff. All right, they want me to go over there. That's a nice scarecrow.
What do you want?
I want to go inside these buildings and loot all the things.
Wish to enlist, Nordling?
Box. Lots of stuff. Hey, this person has a name. I can't talk to them yet. Among the descendants of John Sobieski were one Holy Roman Emperor, simultaneously one king of Bohemia and one king of Germany, 7 kings of Saxony, simultaneously one duke of Warsaw, 1 king of Bavaria, 2 kings of Italy, simultaneously 1 emperor of Ethiopia and 1 king of the Albanians, 1 czar of Bulgaria, 1 emperor of Austria, simultaneously 1 king of Hungary, 1 queen consort of Spain, and 1 titular queen consort of England, Ireland, and Scotland. Yeah, that's a lot. I was reading something the other day. Had to do with Bavaria. Oh, Eric Flint. I was reading about, and I've read some of his books, which I didn't know he died a couple years ago. But he wrote the 1632 series of novels, also known as Ring of Fire. Only 2 of the books were solely written by him. The rest of them were co-authored. It was like him and David Weber did a few, and him and some others, about this, like a 15-kilometer in diameter circle that surrounded this small town in West Virginia that suddenly finds itself in the middle of the 30 Years' War in Germany, which wasn't Germany at the time, but I think it was where they ended up was somewhere in the middle of Bavaria.
Heard of the Flyhead Brigade? Your kind, sir. Non-human.
Yeah, it's a very, it's it's kind of a funny concept because it's just you're just like that whole. It's almost like a riff on the old Samuel Clemens Mark Twain Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, just kind of a bit more in depth because instead of being one person gone to the past, it's suddenly an entire small town that's suddenly in a whole different part of the world in the past.
Stay away from me and my family. We're catching snails.
You have to look it up sometime. Yeah, it's kind of a neat idea, and I mean, he died. I didn't know the guy had passed, but he died sometime in the last couple years. But David Weber, who beyond writing, who's written a ton of stuff, but also one that I'm reading right now, which is the Honor Harrington sci-fi series, the very first one on Basilisk Station. I'm reading right now, and so he wrote a whole series, and it's like there's this whole part where it's like the king of Sweden, I want to say, who, according to history, was not really a bad person, like a bad king, but he died in some battle. And he was being funded by the actual real life Cardinal Richelieu. But because of the involvement of this small town, history slowly starts changing. How is the series? You heard it's supposed to be good, but the name Honor puts up a flag to you. Oh, really interesting. Well, I'm only really early on in it. I've only gotten like a couple chapters. One of the another streamer friend of mine, someone I've actually known since, like in real life, since high school, has read them all and loves them. He says the first book, of course, is the weakest, but I know that from conversations I've had with you, Aaron Lore, that, you know, you've said the same thing regarding, of course, our favorite wizard detective. You know, the first book is usually the weakest. It's just kind of how they are. With a lot of, like, new authors, I guess, you know? Margarita Savoy is in that Margarita. Oh, yeah. Cool. Dresden, Harry Dresden. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. How, like, you know, you've said this before. The first book is the weakest out of all of them. It's raining now. That's neat. But yeah, he's talked to me a lot, saying that he likes that series a lot. That it definitely gets better as the series goes on. But you know, there's so many different. It's interesting because there's a lot of different book series that are like that, and there are a lot that are the opposite. I feel like Wheel of Time was one of those, where the first 4 books, kind of, really the first 3, but the first 4 books were really good, and then it just started getting bogged down by weight and just all the other information. I kind of feel like A Song of Ice and Fire is doing the same. Sword of Truth was another one where it started out very, very, very strongly. Sword of Truth was really pretty strong for a while, but then he started getting into his personal philosophies and expressing it in the book, which was a lot of that whole Ayn Rand kind of objectivism stuff. And, you know, a lot of authors kind of start getting preachy when they have long series like that. You know, the ones that, you know, you have your first books like this, second books like this, third books like this, fourth books like this, and so on and so on. It's just making it bigger just to fill space and push, hey, this is how I believe, and so I'm going to make my character believe the same things as I do, and they're going to explain, I mean, which I get it. You're writing the story you want to tell. I understand. I get it. Sword of Truth was like that. Wheel of Time, I don't think he was necessarily dealing the whole preachiness aspect. I just think Jordan started writing too many plot lines that by the time that he was getting sick, it was getting to a point where it was getting harder and harder for him to try to resolve them. That's why Brian Sanderson took over after Robert Jordan died. I worry that that's going to happen with Martin, but he doesn't really seem to be getting sick, but he is getting older and slowing down, and then, you know, adding more and more stuff to his series and shows. You know, House of the Dragon now, which he doesn't have as much of a hand in, but he still has a hand in, so that's keeping it from doing stuff. And George's now getting smaller is the problem. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, getting rid of certain plot lines, and now you're having to focus on certain plot lines so that you have to. Whereas before you had all these multiple plot lines, so the story could kind of keep going like this, but you cut this plot line out, and this plot line out, and this plot line out, and then you're left with this many plot lines, and then you have this many plot lines, and eventually they're all going to have to resolve to one. Yeah. Talking about the Dresden Files, one every 2 or 3 years, one every year, and then we had The Break. 2 or 3 pages to describe the food at the feast isn't necessary. Oh, what was it I was reading? I think maybe you said something about this, Aaron Lore, about the difference between different types of horror. Cosmic horror and gothic horror. Cosmic horror because you cannot describe things because it is indescribable. Gothic horror spending multiple pages to describe how cracked a door looks. because it's more about imagining the setting as opposed to trying to imagine something that's unimaginable. Anyway, before we continue on, I'm gonna get more, fill up my cup, do a little stretch, all that kind of good stuff. Yep, I need to get some more. And so go ahead and do the same thing, get us some stretch. Whereas a lot of things you really don't think of it like a genre because of how loose it is. Yeah, that's true, but I was using that term as more of the difference between those two, how they're basically cosmic horror and gothic horror are almost like opposites. One is more about very vividly describing the setting you're in. The other one is just kind of giving you an impression because your mind, the whole point is that your mind is not able to envision this. So, for some reason, I have a feeling that you'd be able to, Amlor. Anyway, yeah, go get something to drink, something to snack on, use the facilities, all the good things. And let's see what our next tree fact is going to be. 61. Mahogany, the national tree of the Dominican Republic and Belize. Belize National Coat of Arms features a mahogany tree with 2 woodcutters bearing an axe and a paddle. The national motto is Sub Umbra Florero, which means in English, under the shade I flourish. Much prefer cosmic and existential horror. It's much more realistic. Well, yeah. And someone just laugh. Little boy laughed as he ran past me. Let your imagination terrify you. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what it was. I want to say it might have been actually Stephen King. The difference between horror and terror. And he was talking. It was an interview that he did regarding. It's a relatively recent movie. The Terror 2 or something like that. It's got a clown villain. Terror is terrible. Horror is horrible. Whereas one is being scared because of something that you know is there. And the other one is being scared because something that you fear could be there. The Terrifier 2 or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and he was talking about how he enjoyed it for what it was, how it was more along the lines of they know it's there, so they're scared. And that he actually said, I try to write the other one, but a lot of times I'll end up writing about this one. Like, he tries to write the one that you're afraid is going to happen, but ends up writing the one that you can tell is happening. Which was an interesting way, and the fact that he actually just outright said it. He might have actually said that in his book, Dance Macabre, which was about how, writing the kind of books that he writes. But he has it something around, nothing I write will scare you more than what you imagine. Yeah. It's, the difference between horror and terror is how he kind of expanded upon that. It's being terrified about. I think it's terrify is the one you know, and horror is the one you think, or fear of the other and fear of the unknown are great tools. Yeah, they really are. So I'll be back in just a few short.
There he goes. There he goes. One of God's own prototypes. A high-powered mutant of some kind never even considered for mass production. Too weird to live, and too rare to die.
Sits in the old oak tree, brewing cider with devilish glee. Drinks it down in greedy sloth, then come morning, devil it hurts.
Okay, I have returned. Hannah, thank you very much for that resub. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well. And yeah, we got our points going on. $185,546 seeds. Work's been kicking your butt? Yeah, I've seen some of your things about that. Yep, you are a U. Yeah, Aaron Lord, I don't think you were here the other night. I had the double redeem for this. And Stara had been hoarding points and did 2 of them in a row. They were clipped, and actually they are in my clips as well as on the new YouTube channel. They're both up there. Yeah, 409,144 seeds. Sometimes you'll just randomly do a pepper deal, just not sure when yet. Yeah. And Gord's up there too. I think Gord said he's got 300,000 or 400,000, something like that. There's also the potential of I might be trying to get some of the Carolina Reaper sauce soon. Oh, he's doing it at the end of my stream when I'm getting ready for work. Yeah, that'd be real great for me. Right as I'm getting ready to try to go to bed. Oh yeah, I'd love that.
Is it true? Northern women bathe but once every 3 moons?
Lordling?
Do not get food, not from me.
I should probably add some more trees. Have I done the one trip challenge? No, I haven't. I don't know if it really would do anything to me, though. Just out of curiosity. I mean, I know I'm going to have the most. 2008. Well, I mean, 2,821 hours would be the amount of hours that I've streamed, so. Populated areas. You're nearing a village. Don't disturb the peace. Town guards and hired watchmen won't tolerate theft, and also won't look kindly on you accosting others.
Damnation.
You thought it was horrible and only did a quarter chip?
Got a lump of bread today.
So, a griffin this close to the village? Strange.
My thoughts exactly. In the forest or the mountains, sure, but here? Near the main road.
Maybe it's the war. Corpses everywhere, the stench of blood, burnt flesh. Drives monsters crazy sometimes.
Men, too. We need to watch ourselves in White Orchard. And we should leave as soon as we learn anything.
Some of us used to spicy food, yeah. Huh. Something in his arm. So they're talking about theft. How do they know that I took anything? I just wait till they're not looking?
Freak.
Your gran told me about the Smith boy.
I don't know. Watch where you're going.
What?
Take that down before there's trouble.
That is a coat of arms, the Temerian lilies. They've a right to hang there.
This ain't Temeria no more, old man. It's Nilfgaard now.
Wait till the 14th of December to play this game. I'll upgrade it then. It's not a big deal. I know it. I know that the upgrade's coming. I appreciate the thought, though.
Witches? I'll not drink with Weaverlaw's freaks.
Beg your pardon for those thugs.
No need. We're used to it.
Folk are jumpy round here. Armies just passed through. Now a griffin's prowling about.
Already had the pleasure. Ran into your kinsman, Bram.
Bram? How is he?
Alive. Sends his regards.
Spent more than 300 hours in this game.
Food and drink on the
Oh,
house.
I've spent
What can I get you?
2.
Pretty busy place you got.
Nations on the move. Some search for kin, others just want to get out of the way of the armies. They all need food, drink, and a night's rest in warmth.
So, war's been good for your trade?
Aye, so far. But it'd be best to know peace again. Times like these, you never know what tomorrow will bring.
There a contract on that griffin?
Nay, not at the moment. Used to be. Soon as a beast had built a nest nearby, the alderman would start a collection, or go to the Lord for help. Now the aldermen don't use the privy without asking the Black One's permission first. And seems they hanged the Lord. So no contract.
Shame. We might have done something, but not for free.
Looking for a woman. Raven-haired, violet eyes, dresses in black and white. Riding in from Willoughby. And, strange as it sounds, lilac and gooseberries might have smelled that.
I've not seen nor smelt such a lady. Believe I'd remember.
Yeah, especially hard to forget this one.
Plenty of travellers about, though. Folk from all over. Might be worth your while to ask after her.
See what they got.
Show me what you got behind the counter.
Oh. She said stuff was on the house. Gwent cards. I have not played Gwent, so I don't know. I mean, I've played I've played Witcher 1 and 2. I don't remember Gwent very well. I know there are some people who really love it. She said it was on the house. I guess I haven't really learned how to dismantle things.
Thanks for everything.
Well, all right then.
Help you bandage that up?
Please. I'm not decrepit yet.
Then I'll ask about Yennefer.
Mm-hmm. Just remember, we'd rather not draw any attention.
Here, Black One's been out measuring the fields.
Let him measure. Better that than burning the harvest.
Drommel.
I'm looking for someone.
And we seek some peace and quiet.
Out of my face, freak. For your breath sours my beer.
Just want to talk.
You deaf, Stray? No one here will talk to you.
If it's company you seek, stick that mangy snout of yours in a trough with the pigs.
Show that shit-eater, Micah.
Raven-haired woman dressed in black and white. Seen her? Talk.
Folks say the lady rode through the village a few days back. Galloping so fast she knocked Radabor into a ditch.
Which way did she go?
Dunno. Lots of tracks leading off the main road.
All right.
Could have gone anywhere.
Oi, people! The freak's taken Micah's mind.
Uh-huh. And I'll take your tongue if you don't shut up.
Turtle Pig drive-by! What's up, Turt? How you doing, my friend? Nice to see you.
Something else you'll be needing.
Nilfgaard's treated you well?
Nilfgaardian rule to your liking?
What's there to like? 'Tis the same as any other. They tax us, requisition this or that. But they do keep the peace in the village, I'll grant them that.
You don't mourn to marry us.
Ooh, that's fun. Hold on. Well. That should do it. That should hopefully fix that a little better.
Now.
No problem, Erler.
Just want peace.
Yeah, Turtle Pig, I hope you're doing well. It's nice to see you as always.
Farewell. Looking for a woman.
Like everyone.
Not like everyone. And not just any woman. Mine smells of lilac and gooseberries, dresses in black and white.
2 schnapsies.
Schnapps.
It'll lift your spirits.
Fine, I'll have a drink.
Fine, I'll have a drink. Can we cut to the chase? You seen her or not?
Yennefer of Vengerberg.
Never mentioned her name.
Yet you described her perfectly. And Once I hear something, I never forget. Can't help it.
Who might you be?
What do you do? Who are you?
A mangy vagrant. Gaunter Odim, at your service.
Vagrant? That a profession now?
Random murder time. I should have a redeem for that.
A merchant of mirrors.
Perhaps.
The madding crowd dubbed me Master Mirror, or the Man of Glass.
How do you know Yen?
How do you know Yennefer?
What a question. Master Dandelion's ballads, of course. The only way a humble merchant might hope to rub up against greatness. Unless, that is, he's as lucky as I am.
And runs into a very patient witcher.
Into Geralt of Rivia himself. The Butcher of Blaviken.
Know who I am?
Recognize me from Master Dandelion's ballads too?
To your health.
You seen Yennefer?
Deepest apologies, but I must ask. Is this about love?
None of your business.
None of your business.
Yes. As a vagrant, I deserve no explanation.
What do you know?
Bet Aaron Lore would redeem that a lot if I did.
Appeared,
Probably.
It never occurred to me that might have been Yennefer. Who would have thought?
Get to the point.
An Nilfgaardian scout from the local garrison saw her.
Where?
At their camp. She rode in there. Dark of night. Black and white. Gooseberries and... Yes, I know. Had a terse exchange with the garrison commander and raced off.
Where to?
I'm not omniscient. Ask at the garrison.
Thanks.
We men of the road must stick together. Perhaps one day I'll be in trouble and you'll be nearby to help.
And he's gone. Stash, okay. Weapons, armor, and junk in your stash for safekeeping. Sure. And Star would do it more. You prefer chaos. Random murder redeem is too predictable. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I don't really have anything I want to dump off yet, so.
Done drinking?
Mm-hmm.
Then fuck off. Don't want your kind here.
I won't stay long.
Wouldn't want to stay long anyway.
Maybe not. And maybe you'll just stay forever.
6 feet under.
Bad idea.
Son of a goat!
Nice meeting you.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Game state will be automatically saved when you reach certain milestones in the story. Still, save your progress early and often on your own. The world's full of predators, bloodthirsty beasts, bandits, and countless other dangers. Loot them. It wouldn't let me loot them. No loot. No loot. No loot. The almighty greenie.
Oi, now.
Fuck, fuck.
Damn deer, strip the bark off the trees again. Sweet Melitele. They'll resettle us all south of the Yaruga. Give me a hand in the orchard.
Notice boards. Quest giver. There's the notice board. Merchant, armor, blacksmith, herbalist, alchemist, place of power, monster nest, armor's table, grindstone.
Who knows what the morrow will bring?
I don't know.
What do you say? Who taught you that?
Chetty.
Listen carefully. Never to see that. Bethany!
What happened here?
Oh, got a wee bit chilly the night, so I set fire to my forge. Got it nice and roaring. Roasted some wieners. What do you think happened, dimwit? Some bugger set alight me workshop. I've lost everything. Everything!
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Any suspects?
Whole damned village. I've lived here half a century. Thought they saw me as one of their own. But everything changed when the Black Ones came. I'm the only smith around, so I got to serve as their garrison. Bang dents out of plate, shoe horses. That sort of thing. Nilfgaardians don't pay me a bloody copper. Just give me supplies and orders. But humans can't fathom that. They think I'm getting rich off their misfortune. That I sleep on a pile of gold like a ploughing dragon. They've stopped talking to me. Spit when I pass. And now this.
I can find your arsonist for a price.
I can find your arsonist, provided you're willing to pay.
I've not much left, but I'll give you all if you bring me that horse in, so that he gets what he deserves. The night of the fire, I heard movement outside my hut. Went out to see if I could find any tracks, but found nothing. But then I haven't got cat eyes, have I? Good luck.
Cat eyes. Use your witcher senses to look behind the forge for clues about the arsonist.
Shavings from a tinderbox. Arsonist must have lit his torch here, tossed it on the roof, then fled through the orchard.
My answer whenever someone asks how old I am, I was once on the telephone with Blockbuster Video. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely did. Although, I mean, cell phones were around before they completely closed. But yes.
Shavings from a tinderbox. Arsonist must have lit his torch here, tossed it on the roof, then fled through the orchard. Boot prints. A man's. Large. Stinks of piss and vodka.
So the guy was drunk.
Poor, dark, and putrid.
Call it to make sure they have what you want in stock. Yep.
Took off his boots and went in the water. Probably wanted to cover his trail. Lost his boots in the rush.
Remember when it wasn't Blockbuster, but mom and pop small video
Something
places?
Jumped out of the rushes. Drowners. But he managed to escape. Not good. Shit.
Whoops.
Leather, Nordling.
Yeah, I had, there was a couple of them that I would go to. Interesting one that, with the video stores, there was one that, I guess I would have been in high school maybe. And we'd go to it, and it was, there was not a Blockbuster that was open nearby, although one opened soon after around a different area, but near the house. But it was a mom and pop store, and, you know, they had VHS movies for rent, and DVDs had not really started yet. It wasn't for another year or so before they really, I mean, they were out, but they weren't widespread and reasonably priced, I guess. But laser discs were out, and you could rent laser discs. And the fun part about that particular store is that probably about 9 years later, and I would have been out of long after high school, and I was out of college, and I'd moved away, and then I'd moved back in the area, and I got a job, and it was what got me back into the restaurants. This was after I was a teacher, and my first real job was as a server, and this was also server in the first place I ever learned how to bartend. And in the exact spot where this mom and pop store was, they had, I guess, closed down because Blockbuster, you know, ran them out of business and all that kind of stuff. And it was a Mexican restaurant. And that's where I worked. In the exact same place. It was really kind of funny.
Lost his boots in the rush. Tracks lead back to the village. Bleeding, Surface wound.
Hey, it's a merchant.
We meet again.
Thank you for saving me.
That's that guy.
People say all kinds of things about witches, but I've always known yours to be an honorable guild.
So you managed to salvage some goods?
Yes, but I await the repair of my wagon. As time passes, my losses grow. Do you need something? I'll let it go half-free.
What you got?
Let me have a look at your stock.
Ah, I can't buy them because I'm not at the proper level yet. Interesting. All right.
Take care.
Okay. Hmm. Okay.
Eeri Gloir.
The trail ends here, but I'll recognize him by his wounds.
It's the guy that had the bandage around his hand.
Drowner claw marks. It's gotta be him.
All right.
Nasty wound. Run into a drowner?
What the fuck do you care?
Whoa, our arsonist's a charmer too. Come on, Smith wants to talk to you.
I not talk to a non-human. Sons of bitches all, and dwarves are the worst. Greedy little magpies, do anything for gold they will. They forge the blades the black ones put to our throats, am I not right? Listen, we can work this out man to man. I give you gold, you don't turn me in. My mum died a while back and I sold her tools. I've spent some, but what's left is yours.
I have a feeling that helping the dwarf is better for me in the long run, but I know there's so many different options that I can choose in the Witcher games, and I remember that from the first game and the second game. So let's see, what shall we do? Let's go with no.
Magpies and dwarves might be greedy, but I'm not. Can't buy me.
Then I'll beat your fucking mug to a pulp.
No, you won't. Calm down and come with me.
Calm down. Now follow me.
Jedi mind trick. You coming? He's pretty slow. I mean, I can't just, like, go up to the dwarf and start talking to him, right? I have to... I guess I'll just wait. Oh, I guess I didn't have to.
Up and at him.
What's going on?
Here you go. One village pyromaniac in the flesh.
Nap? You! I knew your mum for years. Charged her nary a copper. This is how you repay me. I've had enough. Hey, soldier. A minute of your time, please.
No! Willis, I beg you. I was drunk. Didn't know what I was doing.
I've told you, Master Willis. We will help you rebuild once reinforcements come. The supplies have been ordered.
Not what this is about, mate. This here's the arsonist. A witcher found him.
The forge was important to the garrison. Destroying it was sabotage. No trial needed here. Just a tree.
A tree? Villagers will love you now.
Villagers will really love you now.
Well, no, I don't give a flying fuck about them. You know, I hated the Black Ones at first, like everybody else did. Now I'm thinking they might just bring order to this place. Teach these layabouts some manners. But enough about that. Your reward. And I managed to save some things from the fire. Anvil's still whole, so I'm sure I can bang something out on it. You need anything, let me know. Give you a good price.
Well.
A return customer. Welcome. What can I do for you this time?
Let's see about crafting.
I'd like you to forge something for me.
To dismantle an item, go to craftsman, use the dismantle panel. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Hmm. Fishing rod. A doll. Pretty much just destroying everything, huh? All right, then. Let's see what we got. What can we do? Can he make... He can make hardened timber. Hardened timber. Hmm. I need linen and I need thread. I don't have either. Jaeger! Hello, Jaeger. How you doing? That one actually looks pretty good. I probably do need this one. I don't have everything I need, though. I need wire and leather. Let's see what they've got. This guy's got. Just a shirt. He does have wire. And he does have leather scraps. And he does have the linen. Don't quite have enough for it, but I like the idea that he's got it. Huh. That looks like it'd be a neat one.
Show me what you got.
Have I done this?
So long.
Let's see what we got in town. All right, I've got Innkeep. There's Roach. Stuffs. You want me to go all the way up there? Hmm. Well, let's go and check this notice board. Imperial Garrison hereby announces that every week the village's poor may come by to collect food rations. Rations will only be distributed to supplicants able to document proof of their poverty. Cheats will be punished like any other thieves and to the full extent of the law. By order of Captain Peter Sar Gwynlev, let it hereby be known that enlistment in the Imperial Army is now open. Recruits will be provided with room, board, and regular pay. Yet the greatest payment of all is the honor of serving Imhir var Imris. Yeah, that guy. Recruits will be trained on the tutelage of the Empire's greatest strategist. Recruits' families will be assured sufficient sustenance for the entire time of their service. In case of their death on the field of glory, they will receive a lifelong pension. In the case of their death on the field of glory, they will receive a lifelong pension. Are you talking about the family? Basti and my brother went off to fight the Black Ones. I have reason to think he stood in the great battle nearby.
Who are you? I'm no one to be trifled with. That is all you
One
ever
Eye
need know.
Gamer. You hit the follow button. When everyone stop texting me telling you how great my stream is. Jeez. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome on into the Gamma Forest. Seek a man brave, able with sword, and willing to venture out with me to find Basti, and I won't pay much, for I have not much to give, but I'm not stingy with gratitude and sure to show it plenty. Sure, we'll take that one. Devil by the Well. The well in the ruined village, and the devil that guards it with a jealous fury. Sure, let's go ahead and check that one out too. You're also new to Witcher 3? Yeah, this is definitely the first time I've been playing Witcher 3. I did play 1 and 2. It's been a while though. All the stuffs. So much stuffs. It's level 2. We're going to do this one first, then we'll do that one. Hey, I'm going to go there. Well, that's easy enough. We can just do this. Oh, I have to do it from the signpost. Okay. Push Y when the map is open. I'm not playing on a controller. I'm doing keyboard and mouse, so be tab for me. There's a secondary map? Yeah, well, I mean, there's this one. That's spacebar for me.
Do that often? Talk to your dog?
It's my brother's, Bastian's. But guess he's mine now.
It's a good dog.
See, Bastian fought the Black Ones in a battle just outside the village. Haven't had word of him since. I told him, do like I did, lose a finger.
Not
or two
PC
so they won't
Master Race.
recruit you.
That's okay.
Feared he was. Bloody hell.
Walk the battlefield.
I'd walk the battlefield if I were you.
I did. Sea of corpses. And corpsers feeding. Someone told me they're afeard of fire, so I took a torch, tried to chase them off. Horse shite, I tell you. Would have ended up eaten alive if it weren't for Hussar here. Listen, guessing you carry those swords for more than show. Come with me. Keep the ghouls off. Help me find Bastian and I'll pay you well.
Sure.
Fine, I'll help you. Just been a few days since the battle. Chances we find your brother alive are slim. Very slim.
I would have thought, but I want to find his body at least. So Bastian don't rot there in the sun with the Black Ones. Meet me on the hill overlooking the battlefield. We'll move on together from there.
All right. I thought there was another question mark over here somewhere that I didn't see. I mean, I could fast travel, I suppose, or I could just, you know, run. Okie doke. I see dead people.
So many corpses. And the war's just started.
You're here, good. Bastian... his body must be here somewhere.
Among countless others. Want to examine them one by one? Could take a while.
You needn't fret. The recruits from White Orchard painted a small flower on their shields so as to be able to spot each other in battle. There was just a few of them. We look for the flowers, we'll find Bastian quick.
No offense, but many a soldier's dropped his shield. Especially if he was on the losing side.
If we find the shield alone, Hussar will catch the scent and lead us to Bastion. Come on. Sooner we get this done, the better.
Okay. Find tracks or other clues, walk close, and press E to examine them.
That him?
No. Doesn't look anything like him.
There's nobody there.
Come on, Hussar. Can you smell Bastion, boy?
Skin's burned off. Might be hard to tell, I know, but could this be him?
Oh, yeah. Bastion was big, broad-shouldered. This one seems smaller, but maybe it's the fire did that.
Well, maybe. Maybe not.
He found him! Hussar's caught his scent! Come on!
But there is more.
A house.
My lieutenant demanded we defecate on command. Ballista bolts landing all around, and all he could say was, "A soldier with a full stomach will not step onto the battlefield." Now shit, that is an order. Can you believe it? The cret.
That's hilarious.
Stop! You're killing me. My ribs. It hurts to laugh.
That needs a tourniquet. But first, want to explain what's going on here?
Bastion! Is he... Has this Nilfgaardian captured you?
No. He saved my life. I got a cut to my side, and then got hit in the head. Couldn't see anything. Rosinia found me as he crawled across the battlefield. His legs twisted. And so we were. Blind man leading a cripple. Found this place.
I'm taking you home. We need to see to these wounds.
I won't leave Rosinia. Alone he'll die. And he can't go back to his home. He's deserted. They'll hang him.
And what if they find him with us? They'll hang us all, my Laisha included. No, the Blacken stays here.
Not for him, Bastion be dead.
Bastion only made it with the Black One's help. Maybe you ought to show him Nordlings aren't as barbarous as Nilfgaardians make us out to be.
Well, I could give him our pa's clothes, teach him to work the field. But that accent... Fine, I'll take him in. Thank you, Witcher. Your reward. And the gods protect you.
Cool. Okay. Do. Okay. Next one's going to be this one. What's that there? That should be the next one we go to. I'm not going to have them.
Howling.
I need to go this way? Is that... Yep. All right, what we got? Oh, that could hurt. I don't think I can quite jump down that. Points of interest. The world is brimming with interesting places. Da 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 da. Okay. No Assassin's Creed jump and roll. No. Not really. I wanted to go down. But apparently, this cliff is not going to be good for it. So... Can't go that way. We'll just go from here. Is that right? Yes. Said there's a point of interest over here.
Come on, come closer.
Oh! I just cut off his arm. Nice. Not gonna be shooting anyone anytime soon. No, he won't. So that was the point of interest, was just these guys. Hey, you guys. Still can't get down there, huh? Alright, so the next one. Bandit Camp. That's what that means? It's just right there. Oh. Okay. Now that's our next one. Ninja, how's it going? It's going. Alright, so... Oh, well, it didn't get hurt. Lucky me. Ah, I died. Press jump before you hit the ground. You roll and take less damage. Well, I appreciate that. Didn't quite do that, but that's okay. When the time of the white frost comes, do not eat the yellow snow. Like that. Okay, so this means I've got to do that again. That's okay. I don't mind it. I think... I believe it's about time for me to take my next walking break. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I've lost track of time. Double check. Yeah, it's been well over it's been over an hour. So what we'll do is I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Then I'll go do this ambush over here, and then we'll come back down and do this one again. And this time, hopefully, I won't die. I'm still only level 1, so. All right, so I'm gonna get up and stand up and move around, do all that kind of fun stuff. Let's go ahead and say that, hey, maybe get yourself a little stretch, get something to drink, get something to snack on. Maybe you need to use the facilities. Maybe you want to play with some dice, because we like that. We like playing with dice. Of course, as always, we are going to go ahead and get our next tree fact. Number 96. The floss silk is a species of deciduous tree native to the tropical and subtropical forests of South America. It has a host of local common names such as palo borracho, in Spanish, literally drunken tree. It's not quite drunken tree. It's more like, well, palo is kind of more hair. It's like, pelo, palo. By the way, drunken tree. So, yeah, I'll return shortly. Okie dokie, I have returned. So let's go get these bandits. Now they're down here. Right on the other side of that bridge.
Kill him! Strip him, then dump him in a ditch!
Nice kill. Got all of them? Nice. All right, next spot. Going back to where we died. We'll try this again, and hopefully this time we will do better.
Don't let him catch his breath! Blow yourself!
Level 5. Well, I seem to have got him pretty good. Gimme. Says there's something here. Anything else up here? What am I supposed to fucking die for? Temeria? Dad died for that. So did my 3 brothers, and what'd that get them? Fuck all, that's what. Not even a decent burial. Dad always said a wise man learns from others' mistakes, so here I am, learning from his, and instead of dying for Temeria, I'm gonna rob those who killed Temeria's sons. Pitched a camp, got us a great spot, middle of the woods near that old mill. Now we're all set to go out on our first raid. interrogation report. Emavet portraits. Person taking part. Sir Ignatius Verrieres. Bart. Or Bart. What, Bartholomew, maybe? Bailiff Andreas Bloom. Sir Ignatius underlings. Carmi, Guardian, Belzy. Suspect Colgrim, Witcher of the Viper School. Witcher Colgrim stands accused of kidnapping Vidi, son of Paul, a beekeeper residing in White Orchard. Suspect was detained pending trial, and upon detention, he was searched and a diagram for the forging of a steel sword was found on his person. It is suspected this sword was used to intimidate or possibly kill the kidnapped child. Likewise, suspected that the accused possesses other such diagrams for the forging of death-dealing implements, though none have been found to date. Sir Ignatius has requested the Witcher undergo preliminary interrogation with the application of torture. This will take place once a torture with the proper qualifications has been found. Addendum. It was later discovered drowners were responsible for the boy's disappearance. Fortunately, Colgrim died before this information reached the investigators, but rather than face the baronet's judgment, he chose trial by ordeal. Sir Ignatius agreed and ordered he cleanse the various family crypt of specters. Colgrim never emerged from said crypt. Highly likely the motley wraiths, specters, and evil powers residing therein proved too much for him. Well then. Level 6. I think we should probably do this one. Looks like everything. Okay, so there. All right, well, we can do that one in a second, but let's go and do these real quick and figure out what's here. So let's see. We'll hit that one up next, I guess. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, I did go here before. Yeah, that's where I killed those guys, isn't it? Oh, more of them. Right then, back up we go. And we run, and we run, and we run. It's dark. Another guy. Cool, we found some stuff. Alright, well, we did that one then. Let's go see what this one is. Killed a rabbit. Must be under the bridge. Cool, we found some stuff. Next. What's the next thing? And I don't know what we're gonna find. Ghouls. Another one. We get him? It's a lot of deer. Ah, area liberated. That's interesting. When you kill the monsters, people come back. Okay. I mean, makes sense.
Ours is a decent village. Best be gone from here. Stay away from me and my family.
Ours is a decent village.
We'll eat myrtle grass lost during the Hungry Gap.
I mean,
They've taken all our grain.
what's up?
What? Got anything interesting?
Got a lot of stuff. Alchemy. Huh. All right, what do we got? Does he have saltpeter? He does. About 2. Huh.
Farewell.
No, that's a thought. I could probably go and huh. Here we go. Oh, I can actually make that. That's interesting. Look at my trousers. I guess I can only make one at a time. Okay. I want to go destroy that particular place, but I don't have a way over here. I have to go back to this. I'll have to wait till I get there then. So let's just go to this thing.
Magic. A place of power.
Ooh, a bear. Big bear. Why is it always bears? Let's get some healing first. I've gained an ability point. When you gain a certain number of experience points, you advance to the next level. You get experience points for killing monsters and completing quests. But I also just gained a point because of finding the place of power. So there's that. That's nice. Well, that'd be a nice one. Activate it by putting in open ability. Oh. Interesting. I'm close to another level up anyway, so. Alright, we're going to go to that one next. Oh! Big bada boom. Diagram. And a manuscript page. Cool, I found some new stuff. Alright, let's see what we got here. Well, the armor's a little better. It's not great, but yep. Atlas. Any interesting trees in the forest of Witcher 3? There's been a couple. There has certainly been a couple. How you doing, my friend? Nilfgaardian longsword. It's got a bit more damage than the Vicovaro. That's actually pretty nice. Critical hit damage bonus, critical hit chance. That's better than what I've... It's a master item? That's cool. Ooh, it looks cool too. Just learned that one of your favorite Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet is basically an apex predator despite its cutesy appearance. Oh yeah? Which one's that? Tinkaton. I don't know that one. Shoots massive steel birds out of the sky by hitting rocks with a hammer. That's kind of neat. Then eats the birds. Yeah, that's neat. But look, there's some neat trees all around me. Building. Okay. Previous forms are just as brutal, killing steel-type Pokemon, then ripping their bodies apart to make hammers. Well then, it's a Pokemon that wants to be a blacksmith, I guess? You're like Jesus, but you're a carpenter? Or a carpenter's son? It craves violence. Yeah, I watched a buddy of mine finish, he finished the main story of Scarlet today on his stream. Blacksmith taxidermist, making stuff out of a dead body. Metal Pokemon. Black Magic Doll. Did he have a little pink Pokemon with a giant hammer? He did. Yeah, he did. He used it in the final fight. It had, the special ability was Graviton Hammer or something like that. Was one of the abilities he used.
journal might be useful.
Is that the same one? That's Tinkaton? Well, I mean, of course, he renamed it something else, so. His main Pokemon was Lucario. The one that eats metal birds. I only saw him using it in the final fight, so. Gigaton Hammer, yeah. He used it, oh god, which... I want to say it was either the third or fourth Pokemon in the final fight. I guess it was the final fight of one of the storylines, because there's what? Each particular, either Scarlet or Violet, has 3 storylines plus a final thing after the 3 storylines. The way I understand it. The whole idea that this whole time travel stuff that they're doing now is just weird. Volker sent a petition of our grievances against the Lord to the court of Decima. Listed all the harm he's done us. How he killed Johann for not taking off his cap quick enough. How he trampled our fields when drunk with nary a thought of repayment. How he barged in during Pieter's wedding and demanded his right of the first night. Now we've finally got what we begged Melatella for in our prayers for so long. The judge recognized our grievances and waived all our bonds and duties to the Lord. We can finally strike out on our own. At last, we can live as free men. Howell's not much of a village yet, but to my mind, it's better than the most fantastic palace. Volker turned our home with hazelwood smoke to drive out evil, buried a marten under the gate to make sure no thieves cross our threshold, and then he gave me a bracelet. Loveliest stuff I've ever seen. Mother said it's foolish to spend so much on a bauble when we haven't plows nor hoes, that we ought return to the merchant. For my dead body, I'll never take it off. It'll always be there to remind me of Volker. How happy we were that day. They had no hose in that house. Beat the entire game in 2 languages because you could. Very nice. Shall I guess English and Japanese? I don't know. I don't know what the second language would be. Oh, you did it in Spanish. You can't read Spanish and still beat the game in Spanish. Oh, yeah, that's true. The whole game is supposed to be like in a version of like the Iberian Peninsula, so like Spain and Portugal. Yeah, that's true. Say the Lord's coming to see us. He wants to make a deal to beg us to return to the village. He's calm since his son died, that he's not as quick to anger about small slights. We'll see. One way or another, I've no intention to move 1 inch from here. Upset they didn't script the game in Portuguese, though? Oh, well. I wouldn't be able to do much with that, but Spanish I could do. Something over there. How do I get to it? You only beat the Spanish file because you needed post-game content from Scarlet to complete the decks in Violet. Yeah, my buddy, there's a group of 4 of them. 2 of them, have Scarlet. 2 of them have Violet, so they each transferred with each other to be able to do it. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Main point of that file was for Spanish dittos? That's a specific thing? How do I get over there? Non-English dittos give increased shiny chance in eggs when bred with English Pokemon. Ah! That's kind of neat. Wires. Hmm. Technically the same thing the other way around too, but it's just more efficient at have the Spanish ditto than trading multiple Spanish Pokemon to an English game. Fair? Bears. Oh. That'll do it. Dub bears. That was a big bear. Like, really. Big bear. He was huge. He's bigger than me. Ursa Major, something like that, yeah. Okay. Well, we found all the stuff that's down here. I'm still just kind of like not doing quests. But we're going to go down this way, I think. That's the quest right there where we want to go after. But right now, we're kind of exploring, so... Why is he just... Toss a coin to your witcher, O Valley of Plenty. He's just walking really slow, and I don't understand why. Um... Because he's got swagger. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm overburdened. I've got 38 out of 60. I'm pretty good, I'm sure. I mean, maybe I do need to drop some stuff.
Medallion's humming. Place of power. It's gotta be.
Our last one had a bear around it. I see no bear, so we're just going to take the power. I want the power. When sign intensity increased. All right. Oh, I can't even use it. Very close to leveling, though. figured out why. I hit a button that I didn't know that did anything. A building.
Shut up and fight.
Cut his arms off. Anything else? Something right there. Over there. That cut his leg off and make him a Black Knight? Yeah, I just saw something go flying. I wasn't sure exactly what it was, so. Alright, we need to make it back up that way, I guess. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna head there.
Medallion's humming. Place of power. It's gotta be his nest. What remains of it, at least.
Running through the woods. Back to the abandoned village. What we want to do is I want to destroy that one nest. There was a ghoul nest. And I'm hoping that'll give me a level 2.
Ghoul nest. Ought to just destroy it.
Destroyed it. Did not give me enough experience. Well, that's just unfortunate. But got lots of other stuff, so that's okay. Let's go do this contract. Eventually we'll go back up into that area. So, Wosong Bridge. Alright, sounds good to me. Now we're going to go... I'm going to run off to the...
Freak.
Peasant. Nice. Okay.
A return customer. Welcome. What can I do for you this time?
Show me what you got.
I need money. Not getting a huge amount of money out of this, it looks like. All right, well. Okay, well, I guess we could do this. I don't really have... Oh, geez. That's going to take a bit more money than I think I have. On the other hand, let's see what he's got. Maybe I can make something. Oh. Interesting. This looks better than what I'm wearing. 5 for 12. Oh, shoot. I don't have enough. All right, well. Guess not.
So long.
Let's go do that quest then.
Making me a slingshot.
Sleep, child. Sleep. Sleep will lend you strength.
Oh, let's see. Maybe the guy will have something to say to me.
Having trouble with your well? That's what I read.
Aye. 'Tis haunted. Has been for a good 20 years.
20? So why'd you put out a notice just now?
'Cause earlier on we drew our water from the river. But so many corpses floating in it after the battle it's turned noxious. My daughter Mandy drank half a pitcher. Fell dreadful ill, can't keep nothing down. She grows worse by the day. Herbalist claims you fight a fever with drink. And not beer nor cider, but water. Clear, pure water. And where am I to get that if not from the well? But first, the ghost's got to be driven away. And it don't let any man near.
Describe the ghost.
This ghost. Describe it for me.
Well, it's awful frightening. Awful.
I meant, what does it look like?
It looks like a woman, but fresh from the grave. Wears a dirty dress, all rags, its skin flaking off its bones, and it howls like it's suffering.
Some wraith. Or maybe an alp.
If you don't wallop it, master, if you don't take care of it, that is, it'll come kill me daughter.
Let's talk about my reward.
I feel for you, but this is my job, so let's talk about my pay.
Something not right with the coin. That settles it then.
Fine, I'll help.
Hey,
Where's this
one
well?
whole coin more.
A settlement on the heights. It's abandoned now. No one ventures there on account of the ghost being about. Drive it off. Please.
All right, so it says a settlement on the heights. Oh, it's back down here. Perfect. I was just down there. Key required. Interesting. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Strange. No sign of a ghost. Maybe it only shows at a certain time of day. Grass around the well's scorched. Grass around the well's scorched.
Okay. Nothing here. Well then. Not exactly sure.
Bodies dried to a crisp. Signs of burns. All signs point to a noon wraith.
A noon wraith? Inspected by the well. Irden. Moon dust. A wedding ring. So that's what I need to find.
Something's tied the noon wraith to this place. An object. Something she needs before she'll leave this world.
Here's something.
A man, stabbed with a knife, died on the spot. Animals fed on his body, picked his skeleton clean. More bloodstains over there, but it's not his blood. Bloodstains, barely visible. Someone was dragged this way. Someone who was still alive. Palm prints in blood. Small hands. A woman's. Someone dragged her out. She was wounded. Fought for her life. No body in sight, but might still find some tracks. Under the right conditions, bloodstains can remain visible for decades. Another print by the well. Bloodstains, almost faded, but the line's taut. Something's not right. A corpse, hanged by the bucket rope. Woman the journal belonged to, must be. Wide pelvis, small jaw. A woman. Around 30, judging by the teeth. Left arm's missing. Need to cremate the remains. Gotta find the object that binds
It's
her
the
to
ring
this place
that,
before I
or
do
whatever
go.
that the guy got her.
Was she wearing the
Or
bracelet
bracelet.
from her husband? Might be why her arm fell off. Gotta jump down there. Hope I don't break my legs.
Well. Yep, there's stuff down there. What we got over here? Holding T. There we go. Okay.
Lucky not to come up empty-handed. A bracelet with an inscription. To Claire, from Volker. The bracelet must have belonged to the woman in the well. Lovely craftsmanship, but I'll have to burn it with the body to get rid of the Noon Wraith for good. Better do it near the well.
Well, how am I getting out? Walking. I don't know how to get out. Huh. Oh, maybe it is the other way. Kind of looks like there's something over here. Yep, there is. Something. What we got? I don't understand. It's not letting me do it. Hold C. I'm holding C. It won't let me dive. I don't get it. We should try something different. Maybe I should try something different. It won't let me do it. Oh, that's frustrating. Why wouldn't it let me dive? I don't understand. Hello, Red Cat Noodle. Welcome on in. It won't dive. Yeah, kind of. Look, it's supposed to dive, and it's not diving. I'm holding the button. Move. Nothing's happening. I don't really get what's going on here. Yeah, I can't do anything. Like, yeah, I have to get out of this cave, and like I'm assuming I'm trying to get over here because the map's telling me that way. You don't know this part. That's okay. It just doesn't make any sense. Like I had to die. I had to climb up to jump to dive in the first place. And I came up for air and it won't let me dive again. Yeah, I have to go here. And then walk over to go here. I don't understand why it's not letting me do it. It doesn't make any sense. I changed the key that it was set to. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Oh. Okay. Yeah, just manually save. Yeah, that's what I just found too. Exact same thing I just saw. So. Like, so something's wrong. Yeah. Nope. Not yet. I'm going to change the key binding back since I changed it. and then just reload.
This bard's tale begins near White Orchard, with my dear friend Geralt of Rivia seeking his lover of yore.
I'm doing
The
well,
sorceress
Red Cat. Thank you very much.
She'd eluded him for years, but now seemed just a few steps ahead.
I mean, I'm still level 1. It's very early on. Wow. Just like that. That is just crazy. You just bought this game in the Steam sale? Planning on playing it today or this week. Well, keep in mind also, I mean, yeah, the Steam sale is great because you got the full game with all the DLCs for like $10. But
Need to prepare for this fight. Brew some wraith oil. Drink some potions.
They have their next gen update / graphical update for PC, which I'm playing on PC, and that's gonna be on the 14th, so in 2 weeks. I don't have wraith oil. Well, I mean, Spectre oil. I don't know if it'll let me use this save file with the updated version. I have no idea. If so, then I'll just have to start over. But that I don't mind that too much. It's only gonna be like 2 streams worth of stuff. I could do enough offline to be able to catch up if I need to. Area. I don't think I have a way to get to it. Do I stream full time? 3 days a week. I am a professional chef, so every other moment that I'm basically not here, I'm in my restaurant and cooking away. Eventually, it'd be nice to have this take a little more time than the restaurant. So, little things as we go. I work at a country club. So, whole lot of different things. Seafood, steaks, pastas. I don't know if I'm going to actually find this thing. Like the stuff I need. Well, let's do it. Eat everything, basically. Excellent.
And the bracelet. Igni.
Oh, she's lovely.
Hey, I think it worked.
Got her.
She's gone. For good.
Take a trophy from the Noon Wraith. I found a mutagen. Use it to enhance your abilities or create a special potion called a mutagen decoction. Should level up, I think. Boom. Dutch cuisine is mostly potatoes and veggies with a piece of meat on the plate. I have a fair amount of people that hang out with me in my stream that are Dutch. Actually, got quite a lot. I've got Dutch. I've got some people from Poland, Sweden, plenty of Australians. Got a couple from I got one from Singapore, a couple from the Philippines, South America, all over the place. We got all kinds of people that hang out here. Got a puffball. Had a great win against Qatar yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that was a bit of I saw the state of the streets. At least some pictures of them, and I was like, okay.
Who are you? I'm no one to be trifled with. That is all you ever need know.
Red Cat, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome officially to the Gamma Forest. Yeah, we have a lot of fun here. Beyond the obvious of all the games and watching me sometimes fail miserably, sometimes do pretty well. Actually, that was a pretty nice little win there. Get all the ingredients I see on the map. There's a lot of stuff.
Who are you? I'm no one to be trifled with. That is all you ever need know.
Thank you very much for that follow as well. Welcome to the Gamma Forest. One thing that I actually haven't really been talking about yet. 2 weeks from now, we'll have my annual pie stream. Every December, I do this thing for the people that are in, like, local to me. And I've been doing this on stream where I have a pie that I make every December. And every year I try to beat my record. I take the pies and I give them out to people. Usually either people in the restaurant, like in my staff, or I go to local bars and I give them out to bartenders and other people that I know from around the area, just saying, hey, you guys are awesome. Have some pie. Last year I made 14, and they're all chocolate chess pies. I made 14 of them in 2.5 hours. I'm hoping to beat that this year. Whether it's more pies in the same amount of time or just more pies, we'll see how that goes. I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not, but we're hoping. That'll probably be in about might be 3 weeks. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do it yet. 2.5 hours. That's what I did that last year back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was cooking, I think 4 at a time. I have a very old house because I'm doing it here. And my oven only has 1 rack. Otherwise, I'd be able to do more. Hold on. Might be able to find it. As long as I have enough space and all, it should be doable. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I could do, I'll pull, if I do 4 at once, pull them out, let them cool for a few minutes while I'm making the next 4, throw them in the oven, and take the first 4, put them in the fridge so they cool off completely, and just keep repeating the process as I go, then I should be able to do it. Let's see if I can do this. I'm not sure. Let's do. Yeah. Pies. That was last year. So, how many eggs did I have? 42 eggs. Went through 42 eggs. So we'll be doing that soon. We'll also have the... hopefully, we're going to do a tabletop game in about next week, maybe. Because I have a new D&D game that's coming out for release next week, and it is bundled with a actual physical board game that I'm going to set up. I'm still figuring out the logistics, but it's probably going to be right here. I'll have the camera pointing straight down at this table right here and have the board set up. Chat will be playing with. There also is that. Yeah, we are. I'm a dice goblin. I do talk a lot about tabletop games and the like. Wrong one. That's the nuts. Because we're nuts here. No, dice. Because we love dice. All right, man. Give me some stuff.
Job done. The well was haunted by the ghost of a woman who was killed there. I drove it away.
I just hope every unburied wretch don't start haunting us.
You love board games and such. Excellent.
Cause us a heap of trouble.
If they do, you know who to contact. Meanwhile, Claire, Volker, names ring a bell?
I don't know him. Though I did hear our herbalist Tamira mention a Claire once. Same one, maybe? Your reward, Master Witcher. The gold I'd hid away for Mandy's dowry. Without you, she'd never have lived to wed. Now, let's hope for it, at least.
Cool, I got gold. You don't really play D&D, but you love doing cool one-shots and all sorts of settings. That's awesome. I mean, even just playing one-shots are great. That's actually one of my... I think it's a... Do I have it as a... I believe it's a redemption, where I roll dice and I've got all these different game books all around us. And I pick one of them and read a bit of lore from them. And that's not all of it's D&D. Some of it is some other settings. I've got the Star Wars role-playing game over here. I've got this one called Nightbane, which is like fighting against demons and things. I've got a Dead Rain, which is a zombie apocalypse one. All sorts of different things. Got a Shadowrun. Do I have a favorite class? Well, I typically play one of two. I either play wizards or I play as a druid. Do I know 10 candles? Candles? Name's familiar, but I don't know it. But yeah, druids definitely, obviously, well, think about what my name is, Greeny Treeny. Gotta love trees. So yeah, druids is a definite thing. Wizards is another one. I'm playing as a wizard right now in my playthrough of the original Baldur's Gate series. That's on Thursdays at the moment. But when Baldur's Gate 3 finally releases fully, I will probably be going for druid, because I just loved it. It was so much fun playing as a druid. Been doing the KMC. K is also awesome. How are you doing, my dear? Say 10 Candles is a horror tabletop game. Okay. Interesting. I've not played a whole lot of horror RPGs. I've got Nightbane and Dead Rain over here, both made by Palladium, who've made quite a few different things, but I guess the closest thing is, Call of Cthulhu, because you got to throw some Lovecraft in there, Hmm. Now, here's the question, because I know how the Witcher universe works, and yeah, I'm playing around with a knife that has a cover on it. I just happen to have it. Do I want to take his money or say, nah, keep it? Because I know how the whole Witcher process works. Your Paladin Guide, Divine Smite. That's possibly what's coming next update for BG3. They haven't actually outright said it. We might find out later this week. We might not find out till next week. We don't know yet. We have no idea when it's going to happen. They'll probably announce that the panel from hell, which is where the announcement will come from, they'll probably announce when that's going to be, maybe on Thursday. Scuttlebutt is that they will have their actual panel and announcements for the next update next week, which will be at the same time as the Game Awards. Such a chef thing, and you are le concern. Well, it's not just a chef thing. I mean, yeah, I've got a knife, but I mean, I've also got a knife. And a knife. And a sword. So. And there's more somewhere all scattered around. You don't want to see any accidents on stream. I don't think you'll have to worry about it. Remember, again, I am a professional chef. I'm also a trained sword fighter. I know how to use weapons, so I'm not really that concerned. And scissors. I got some scissors. And another one. Am I sure I'm not a rogue main or something? I don't have any, these are my weapons. There's another sword over there. There's other stuff in the other room. Of course, my kitchen's definitely got them. I live in the woods. You know? I live in the forest. I gotta be able to make sure. Why then within arms? What if I need to cut something? You know? Say like. Say like mail comes and I have to like, you know, open a package and oh, can't open it. Oh, look at that. I have a knife and just go shoop. I'm a chef. Come on. I mean, I've also got dice within arm's reach. Got six sets there. 3 sets here. 2 more sets over here. 2 more sets over there. 3 more sets over there. And there's some more somewhere else. because, you know, I'm a dice goblin. Not a main, just has mastery of all weapons. Like a fighter, maybe. No. I need a bajillion blades open one letter. Yes. Well, my father was a fencer, and so I learned a lot about that growing up. And yeah. This has to be a highlight. Well, I will be actually, since we now have a YouTube channel, I am slowly putting my VODs up on there, and certain games will be getting the entire playthrough. This is definitely one of them, obviously, with the moments of me talking like this, but we will be doing a full playthrough with the VODs for the Baldur's Gate series. We'll be doing that with Fallout New Vegas, which is my super modded. It's currently at 340 mods. And I'm doing that one right now. Obviously, Witcher 3, which is a first playthrough. Unmodded. I had to be very careful with this one, so... yeah. I've got the tail end of my modded Oblivion VODs starting to be uploaded. Because starting with Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles, the DLCs for Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Got a few of the Gloomhaven, and a bunch of my clips are on there already. So, yeah, it'll be there. You want to see the desk to see where the daggers and swords are? There's no desk. No desk. I am playing on a laptop. If you go down to my... Am I going to play Hogwarts Legacy? I don't know yet. I have not decided. But because of the way my house is set up, I can't use my desk. So I'm currently using my desk to hold my TV, which is over there. And eventually that's going to get moved around. So right now I am just, laptop. Which is what I've been streaming on for the past 2.5 years. Do I want to keep the coin or no? I don't know. I mean, Witchers are supposed to stay neutral. They don't get involved in politics and governments. They're just here to kill monsters. That's their job. But it's a little girl that got sick. The girl's not really an asshole. Seems bad for my neck. What, using the laptop in my lap? Yeah, it's right here. It's not that bad. Because I'm...
At this point, doubt I'll ever marry. You keep the coin for Mandy, her wedding. Raise a toast to my health then.
Thank you, Master Witcher. Them's warm words. You've a good heart. But I can't let you go empty-handed. Take this, at least.
Amethyst. Do I have a mouse? Yeah, that's what I'm using. It should be in my list in the if you look down in the panels under About Me. I should have a specs. I believe my mouse is on there. I don't think I have this on there yet. I may have to change that one out. I do, and I'm actually overdue for a. I am actually overdue for a stretch break. So, can I just loot his box? Go away. Walk away. Don't look at me while I open your treasure. I want to open this box. Go. Go somewhere else.
Ooh.
Can I push him out of the way?
Ooh.
Nope, he just goes right back.
Oh.
Go away. I want to open the stuff. Dang it. All right, well, let's at least see what we got first. Amethyst, huh? So amethyst is really good, I guess. It's crafting. I got some kind of mutagen, but it doesn't tell me what I got. Where could it be? Amethyst dust. I don't know where would it have... Oh no, okay. Yeah, my links are kind of funky. Yeah, the Fable series is good. I never actually played through the later ones, but I did play the first one. Here, KMC, let me give you the thing and the thing. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, I there you go, Kay. Oh, I did the wrong one. I was supposed to hit permit. Oh, I didn't know you were playing Hitman, by the way. Oh no, hang on. There. Why is it not doing it? Huh? Try this again. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't doing it. That works. I like it. All right. They said I got mutagen. Right? Hitman was a community choice. It was such a good... Yeah, I have the out of the new trilogy. I do have the first one of those. I have yet to play it. I'll probably put it in my rotation at some point. I've got such a backlog of games. I keep putting new stuff in there, so I need to get through and finish some things. I thought I got some... He even said, oh, I got some mutagen. But I don't know where it is. Huh. Oh, well. Oh. Well. Never mind. There it is. Yep, I figured it out. Well, I have a point. What do I want? I haven't really been using any potions. Sure, we'll just go this one. Go for vitality plus 100. I'm down with that. Okay. So. We've got all this other stuff to check on. I'm thinking about checking out this stuff here and around this way and up and around and all that. Yeah. But, like I said a minute ago, I am overdue for my next break. Let's go.
Sits in the old oak tree, brewing cider with devilish glee. Drinks it down in greedy slugs. Then come mourn how the devil head hurts. Got a lump of bread today. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting kid.
Viper-eyed Hellraiser.
I'm trying to get... Looking to borrow a plow.
Damn deer, strip the bark off the trees again.
I'm going to... Let me just get to where I want to be.
You're never to sing that rhyme again. Never. And you're not to play with Chetty no more.
I need to get over here.
My gran told me about the Smiths boy. Lad went missing one day, so folk nabbed a witchman that was hunting the farm to save Pope.
To here. This is where I wanted to be. All right. Anyway, so as I was saying earlier, I do need to take a quick little stretch break. This doesn't take very long. I'm just going to get up, walk around, do a little stretch, and let that happen, because this is a thing. The light's being very aggravating. I'll fix it in a second. Anyway, feel free to get up, move around, get a stretch in, get something to drink, something to snack on, use the facilities, all the good things. We do need to learn a tree fact, so we are going to do that now. Kaboom. Number 99. The cabbage tree grows up to 20 meters high. Early settlers of New Zealand would eat the young shoots of the tree as a substitute for cabbage. This tree is very tenacious and will grow back after being cut down. Maori would harvest the root of the young trees, which is shaped like a large carrot 2 to 3 feet long. They would then bake or steam it in their ovens and eat it dipped in water. Europeans also used the fire-resistant trunk as chimneys, and they brewed beer from the root as well. So, edible tree. I'll be back shortly.
What's wrong with the phone? Got a lump of lead today. Oh!
Freak.
May the sun shine upon you.
We have much work to do here. Quite a lot.
I think those plums are wreaking havoc on my gut.
chewing. I'll swallow them whole.
Okie dokie, I have returned. Alright, so, where to now? I feel like I want to check out from here and move this way. So that's what we're going to do. Cackler Bridge. There's something right there. Against the clock. What's against the clock? Oh, there's a...
Place of power. Draw from it.
Yeah. Oh, there's still one more.
Ghoul nest. Ought to just destroy it.
Let's do it.
Who are you? I'm no one to be trifled with. That is all you ever need.
Mong, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Gamma Forest. Ooh, gold ruby ring. How's my day? It's going pretty good. All right. Looks like that was the... Yep, that was where I was going. Let's go here. I keep forgetting how early it is. Because on Tuesdays, I start a lot earlier for my streams than I normally do. What? Uh-oh. I need to repair a weapon. Can I? I can't remember if I can do that from here or not. Oh, yes, I can. You're not hurt that bad. It'll do. Enjoying the game so far? Yeah, I am. I am enjoying it. It's been a long time since I played the first two, and I never got a chance to play this one. So, yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Just kind of wandering around as we do, exploring all the things. There's a masterpiece. I'm going to love it. So far, so good. Bandit camp. Get some bandits. I can't go that way. This one, no, it's that's the one I want.
You'll never learn.
Maybe not. Just that guy. Ah, come on. There we go. About getting that damn parry. Treasure! Soaked letter. All right. Where's the next spot? That one. Oh, I have another point available? Huh. Oh, right. Because I had that. Yeah. No. All right, let's see what's this. Not as good. That's all right. It's light armor. Sure, we'll try it out. Hmm. Or chicken sandwich there. Oh, that's, I think, ooh, it's magic? It's a magic item? Huh. Soakblood. To his excellently Velerad, Lord Mayor of Visima. Scouts say the Black Ones are already readying their siege equipment. If you wish to escape with your life, please present yourself at the Visima Temple Quarter sewer entrance tomorrow at the crack of dawn. There's not much room on the boat, so take with you only your closest family and most valued treasures. Provide a few men to act as guard, but not too many, for I do not wish to attract unwanted attention. We'll sail through Black Soul, Stoonwar, White Orchard, and Charsky. From there, we'll continue on horseback. Yannick Dellen. Yes, do not tell anyone about your flight. We do not wish to arouse panic. Okay. What do we got up here? It's another tent. Hidden treasure. Spy's notes. What did he... Trying to find the thing there. Heaps of plunder, mostly armor and weapons. This time a sealed chest too. Toward dusk, a man delivered rations of food and drink. Messenger arrived, caused a stir, and organized a group to transport the chest. Abandoned hut near the old mill. Set up a watch so I wasn't able to get closer. Thanks for bringing you full circle. Oh, nice. Good job, Kay. Yeah, we just, we hit over 800, a few days ago here, which is exciting.
Strange.
Yeah, I was pretty happy about it. All right, we're going to hit that one out. This way. Well, they said a hut near the old mill. Well, the old mill was here, but I've already been there. So I guess not. Have I played the forest? No, people keep bringing that one up to me too. That's kind of more of like a survival horror game or something like that, isn't it? You generally don't pay attention to keep your ego in check, but occasionally some good numbers stick out. It's fair. Well, KMC, you're awesome. You missed 69, but you did tag 123. And don't forget 420. Survival with cannibals. That's what I thought. Oh, it's a warg. Patiently wait for the 420 day. Excellent. Quest completed that I didn't even have. Love it. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Bludgeoning better. Slashing's better, but it has piercing damage on that one. Ah, but this has a slot on it. Which do I use? Which, That works for me. All right, where to next? I kind of want to just go down and then up. So let's do that. Oh, that's pretty.
That stench.
Come here, wild dog. Damien, hello, hello. How are ya? Bad dog. You're a burrito boy right now. Excellent. I'm assuming you're all wrapped up. We're going this way. Uh-huh. Excellent. Things are going better and better for us. We've pitched camp in the heart of the forest near the old mill and have already done quite nice for ourselves. Works are poor, so they say, but squeeze them and something always pops out. Sack of grain here, for a few crowns there. Not bad for easy work, certainly better than the army. I think this was the group I already killed. Yep, that is exactly what it was. Zach! How you doing, my friend? You got the mustache parade starting there. They've already gone through there. I don't think I'm going to make any more coffee tonight, but I may make some tea in a moment.
Looking for trouble?
No. Probably on my next walking break. Let me in. Huh. So I can't get in. Well, that's unfortunate. What kind of tea? I don't know. I could make English breakfast. I could make some Earl Grey. I could make some Lady Grey. I've got a plethora of teas. settling in for the night, about to sleep probably, so you might be like half lurking in and out of conscious. Not a problem, my friend. Still always nice to see you.
Ours is a decent village.
Yeah, Earl Grey's fantastic. Now we're going here.
I think those plums are eating.
Tea reminds you should get some breakfast. That's... Yeah, I keep forgetting that you... I don't know why I'm forgetting that your time zone is different. Hey, I found another fast travel spot. That's nice. Ah. 3 winters! Stepmom says Earl Grey tastes like Fruit Loops. You'll keep reminding me, no problem. Midnight, time for breakfast. Yeah, it is after midnight. Yeah, you're right. How you doing, 3 winters? Nice to see you, as always. We've got silver ore. Only 8 p.m. 9 p.m. for you. Yeah, well, that's because you're west of me. Open door. Some objects can be destroyed. They're marked with... Okay. Face them and cast yard sign. Try hacking with your sword. Not everything can be destroyed in this manner. You got unlocked. Yep. So how am I doing? You're fine. Good. Just got cup in the World Cup matches you missed. Now thinking of doing some more AI art stuff. You're a little hooked on... I've noticed. What were the matches today? I've kind of been, you know, not watching, but... Quest completed. I need a key. Da, 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 da. Yes, I did read this letter. Well, I found some stuff, but I don't have a key to open the thing. Wales and England and USA and Iran. Oh, right. Yeah, the USA-Iran was yesterday, wasn't it? Or was that this morning? I don't recall. Not a fan of sports ball. So I still need a key. Morning for you, like 5 a.m. Yeah, okay. So I was supposed to start sometime around the time that I was, I think, getting out of work. Or something to that effect. Your brother who ruins it via anger. And some people get really into it. It's a good old lockpicking minigame when you need it. I know, right? Dead things. Flowers. Big game from Australia, then Poland. He screams at you if you let him win. Okay. Well, don't let him win. Or do it so that it's not apparent that you're letting him win. Make him think that he actually won. I understand kind of where you're going with that, so. What's that? Bees? Bees! He's the type where he's not the best, he'll be angry.
Magic. The place of power.
What we got? Oh, a wraith. Level 7. Where are you? I know I didn't kill it. Here lies the mortal remains of Florian Verrieres, who died childless in the flower of his youth, stricken by apoplexia while hunting. May Melitella forgive him his sins against nature and its laws. Less than 2 weeks and you'll be starting this game again. Yeah, I don't know if ooh, Igni signing. That's nice. I don't know if I'll be able to keep my save file or not. I was debating whether to wait for the update or not. I'm not running any mods on this. I didn't. It was going to take me some time to find out, and I need to make sure that the game actually ran first, like decently. Kid winning Gammas. Ooh, that's pretty nice. You'd imagine they let you transfer your save. That would suck if not. That it's a I don't know. When I started the game, they're like it would not be compatible with previous saves. I'm like, okay. I have to do this every time because I can't stand having that little asterisk there. You wonder if the upgrade will be an option for those who don't want it? I'm sure. Did I get it? Come on, light. Gonna light this place up. Well, I guess that'll work. Letter from Witcher Colgrim. Oh, that was yeah, we found the letter from them about this. Won't let me light that one. Looks like that's it.
Medallion's humming. Place of power. It's gotta be.
Unlike in Tamriel, the undead on the continent are lazy with keeping the tomb torches lit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, so we did the that one. Novigrad longsword. Got better armor piercing, but not as good as the brigade sword I've got. Gildorf sword. Definitely better. Don't care about that. There's a resources issue with that. Yeah, perhaps. Ivar Evil Eye, Master Witcher of the Viper School. I've now found all the legendary diagrams once belonging to our order. Certain complications have arisen, however. On the way back to our keep, I stopped to rest the night in a village in the Temerian borderlands. The blasted peasants decided to make me into their scapegoat and accuse me of kidnapping some beekeeper's brat. They took me into the local lordling's castle for interrogation, during which they found and confiscated one of the diagrams. Do not fear, I'll get it back. They did not find the others. I have them now. I have invoked Temerian common law and demanded a trial by ordeal instead of submitting to the whims of this baronet. My request was granted, and tomorrow I'm to cleanse the baronet's family crypt of wraiths. I expect this will prove little trouble. Perhaps I will have already returned to our keep by the time you receive this letter. Light the furnaces. We'll have some forging to do. Well then. Next. There's two things up there. We've almost got all the things. I definitely don't have all the signposts. Wow. One of two monster nests. I killed one here. Destroyed that one. And there was another one I destroyed somewhere. Right there.
Who are you? I'm no one to be trifled with. That is all you ever need to know.
Receding hairline 47. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Gamma Forest. I think we might as well do a quick meditation. Okay. Oh. Um. Let's do that one. But what was I? Okay, I was checking. Oh, right. Perfect. Let's see what we got up here. Monster nest. What kind of monster? Ghoulies? Come here.
Place of power. Should draw from it.
Wind's howling, yeah. Go boom. Oh, there's another one. Treasure. Gimme. All right, ability point. Next spot. How am I looking on experience? 313 out of 1,000. It might be a little bit before I'd be able to complete that. Hmm. So if I steal from them, don't they get upset or something? All right, so that's where they want me to go for the quest. I still need to finish these. The only thing that would annoy me in this game is how many points of interest are underwater. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I see that one there. And I'll get to it. Just double checking to make sure there's no... Nope, don't see anything. Oop, there is something, though. Something to fight. Maybe? Oh, what did I find? I found something. Looked like a quest item. Temerian Lily key? I don't know what that's for. Is it this one? Nope, not that one. I don't know. No idea. Marian Valuables. Read the document I found. Whenever I would ask the Witcher for his opinion concerning my latest sonnet, elegy, or even couplet, he'd always claim he hadn't the time, yet time he had aplenty when it came to reading letters found on corpses or lying about monster nests. Perhaps that was because they, unlike my writings, often proved the path to significant riches. Okay. To whom it may concern, by order of the Legion Commander, the men bearing this missive are to be escorted north to the border post near Oxenford, where they'll find a Redanian division waiting for them. As noble-born Temerians, they are under special protection, and not a hair on their heads is to be harmed. Everything they carry is their own private property and is to remain in their possession. Any failure to heed this order will be punished in an accelerated military tribunal. Randolph Wittgenberg. Okay. Back over here. That's the... That was the chest that was, locked that I couldn't open. Temerian Rise, Special Forces insignia, scribbled document. Ooh, and I got a saddle out of it too. That's good for it for Roach, even though I don't even know where Roach is at this moment. Himmy. No wonder we're losing this war with cowardly cunts for soldiers. All it took were a few arrows and a wallop of the mace for seasoning, and that was that. Battle was over, and the whole convoy was ours for the picking. Maybe they were having such a hard time of it because of all that vodka they were carrying. Our brave warriors must have taken a sip from time to time with obvious results. When you're seeing double, it's damn hard to hit your target. Take everything we gathered to the cubby, then fence it quick as you can. Except that showy parade shite. You have to bury or burn that. I reckon someone might recognize the insignia, and then there'd be trouble. And it's done. "3:49 a.m. and the sun's coming up. What the hell? Sun doesn't come up this early." It is pretty though. Come here. Okay. Next. This one. We're basically going to explore everything before we, like, move the story along, because, you know, that's what we do.
Magic. A place of power.
Come here, Wolf. Cool. Whoa. Come here. Okay, so where are we going next? Down there. What? Let's see. What? One more place of power left to find, I guess. 2 hidden treasures, 2 monster nests, or 1. I don't know. 1 of each. I need to actually find a signpost. So I gotta go here.
Not good.
A lot of wolves. Stop it! I'm not trying to fight you. I don't want to fight you. Run away! Forget about me! No! I don't want to fight you! He's way higher level than me. No! Stop it!
Something else you'll be needing.
Got anything interesting under the counter?
Depends what you're after. Have a look.
Okay. Finfair! Hello.
Farewell.
I've got 3 points available. All right, so I'm definitely going to want that, but I won't be able to get it until I hit like level something. There's no point in me using my points up if I can't use it, right? So I guess I could do that. That works. I wonder if this means those guys are gone. I hope it does.
Looking for trouble? Will you raise a glass with me? It's Gervin, freak. Who taught you that?
Hail, Curzair, airy glory, and Fainish snare. Don't understand what you just read? No wonder. It's in Nilfgaard. And soon half the world will be speaking this mysterious tongue, so you best start learning it now. Yours truly can help you with that for a very modest fee. Ernest of Vicovaro.
A return customer. Welcome. What can I do for you this time?
Well, let's see.
Show me what you got.
I need to get rid of some things, so we're going to sell and sell and sell. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that. Oh, I didn't actually want to do that, but oh well. It works. Get me plenty of money. Old goat hide. White wolf hide. There's the bear. Deer. Fishing rod. I need more of that. All right, what do we got? Crafting. There we go. Not as good as what I got. Don't like it. Chowsas. I can make that. Hmm. Haft.
So long.
Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. We'll keep it. That works. %5 bonus experience from humans and non-humans. Okay. That works for me. Okay, so at this point, it is time for me to go ahead and take my next walking break. I am going to go and make some tea. Let's do that. Looks like there's a quest right here. Excellent. So we're going to do this quest, and then we're going to finish exploring and hopefully not run into a guy that's going to try to kill us again, because that was a little annoying. Tea does sound like a great idea. So use this moment to get up, stand up, move around, stretch, get the kinks out, or keep the kinks in. We don't judge here. Take some deep breaths. Get that oxygen flowing into your bloodstream. Maybe get something to drink, like some tea, like we're doing now. Maybe get a little snack. And as I always, sometimes I say this, that maybe you're the snack. Use the facilities, all that good stuff. Let's go ahead and learn a tree fact. Number 50. The American sycamore tree is also known as ghost trees because of the white branches in the upper part of the crown resulting from the leaves falling from them. And this is the perfect time of year for anybody that's in the in North America and you see an American sycamore tree, because we're at the end of fall, and so the leaves are falling, and you're gonna see stuff like that. Not you, Jen Fair. You know that there's no shaming because we don't judge here. That's the whole point. All right, I'll see y'all in a few moments. Okie dokie, I have returned. I realized I was going, grabbing my cup because the water was ready. I was like, oh, I left it on the map, which meant that the sound was off. I was like, oh no, let's turn that back on.
You took bigger bollocks than a moon rates you. But you saved it for trouble.
Kings do the fighting.
Oh, jeez. You know what I didn't do is repair my stuff.
And you're not to play with Chetty.
Probably would be a smart idea, wouldn't it? Where is he? Whoop.
A return customer. Welcome. What can I do for you this time?
Show me what you got. So long.
Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. Nothing.
Looking for trouble?
On we go. Wait, where's the... Oh, right. We're going here. Perfect.
What things I don't leave from separate bits, but all in one big house, like ants in an anthill. And just like ants, they blindly serve all their
Okay. Come on. There's a quest.
Lost your key, ma'am?
No, not me key. Me pan. It always sat there empty, this hut. That is, till the night afore the battle. A man arrived, walked right in like 'twere his own. Was standing at the window, peering at the goings-on. He must have heard me, 'cause next I knew, there he was, coming my way. So I grabbed me pan for protection, see? But he just asks all polite, Gran, got any birch bark by chance? Lilac berries or even a few coals? Nay, says I. And you must be right daft to pester folk at night with such foolery. But I sees he ain't listening. Just staring at me pan like a
She's getting real
magpie
close.
at a copper. Lend it to me, Gran. I'll give it back come morn. He's right baffled for what's he doing, frying in the dark. But I've got a soft heart, so I gave it to him.
Interesting. And then what happened?
Interesting. What happened then?
Afore dawn, another rode up to the hut. But come morn, only the first fella left. Locked the door, hopped on his horse, and that were all I saw of him. And me pan. 'Twere old, black with soot, not worth much, I suppose. But I've no other. Will you help me, dearie? Bring an old widower pan. I could never break down that door myself. And in truth, I'm afeard to go in any road. Such a stench wafting out.
Well.
Methinks the other fellow, well, that he's lying there.
All right.
Never taken on a pan contract. Fine, I'll go in, look around. You should wait here, just in case.
Rotten flesh. There's a good bit of stuff in here.
A corpse explains the stench.
Phosphorus.
His throat. He was garroted. And some old scars. Kind of soldier might have.
What's that, dearie?
Nothing. Nothing.
Is that a... I guess that's a rake?
The priceless frying pan. Scrubbed clean. Looks like the mystery man didn't need the pan so much as the soot off it to make ink, write letters.
But when I gab to myself, they say I'm going barmy.
Well, can I read the letters?
Documents, almost entirely burnt. A few pieces still legible.
Found the pan, have you?
Shush.
His throat. He was garroted. And some old scars. Kind of soldier might have.
Found the pan, have you?
Well, let's see what the letter says. And when you arranged to meet, you fucking show up. I did, risking my life and the entire blasted operation, and ended up standing there with my plow and cock in my hands waiting for nothing. I thought the Nilfgaardian army was better organized than that, but you, illegible. Tell that blessed Lord General of yours that me and my companions don't hold grudges, so we won't break off negotiations. And since our old plan's gone tits up, this time we'll choose the time and place for the next meeting. Tits up.
Here, your frying pan.
Mine? But mine were black with soot. And I could see myself in this one if I wanted. But them years are past.
It was the soot the man needed. He scraped it off to make ink. Must have had an urgent letter to write. Urgently burned some other documents too.
And the other fellow?
Dead. Round up a few boys and bury him outside the village. Deep, so the necrophages don't dig him up. And take my advice. Don't mention this to the Nilfgaardians.
Hang about! You've earned a token of thanks. Here, sonny, for the road.
Thanks. And what did she give me? What did she give me? What did she give me? Oh, baked apples. That's cool. And some bread. I like bread. Apple juice. All right, where are we going next? Over here.
The wild hunt in the heavens always heralds.
Whoa. Oh, what we got? Oh, there. Well, there is a little house right there. Take all the things. It's a nice little cottage. Flowers and stuff. All right, well, off we go to the next spot. Hmm. Another sawmill, huh? How many mills are there? Abandoned site. Oh. Cleared it up for you guys. Aren't I just such a nice witcher?
Anyone want to go and jump in here? Oh!
Greetings.
What's up?
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
What you got? What? Not really much I really care about. But I'll get rid of these. Okay. I like money. I don't really know what I need that for, so we're just going to get rid of it and just go.
Farewell.
No, Witcher.
Well, that's the next spot.
Folk can say what they will. Me, I'll never forget what happened to us.
Oh, there's a blacksmith.
Rusty blades.
Well, that's nice.
Hold on.
Ow! Watch it.
Rainbow rusty blades.
Anyone want to go and jump in puddles?
Rainbow rusty blades. Hold on. Hold on.
Sweet. My items have been enhanced.
Come on.
Is that it? I don't like it so far. It's pretty good. Oh! That was nice and brutal. Achievement unlocked. Let's cook. I am enjoying it back. What I'm finding kind of interesting is that... Oh, hang on, let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Three undiscovered locations, which 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I get that. I'm not really understanding how this is working completely, but Yeah. Ezra. Well, I mean, like it says 1/8 signposts. Well, I have 8, but 1 out of 2 discovered locations. There's 2 left, so I don't know. I've got 8 signposts unlocked. I don't really get it. Guarded treasure. A particularly powerful monster guards a valuable cache. Gas clouds in swampy areas are poisonous. Watch out. Okay. More gas. It's gassy. Oh, what's this? Broken sunken house. Nope, nothing. Well, we got ourselves a road. And looks like another... Nah. Well, it's about time we actually go and talk to these Nilfgaardians. Oh, except that I didn't actually want to talk to them yet. I want to go here. And then there. Monka. MILF Guardians. Well, I mean, if you got to get through the Guardians to get to the MILFs, then you got to do what you got to do. Achievement unlocked. Triple threat. Poor horsey. Nothing like a 9 p.m. swim with clothes on. Well, yeah. And that was the last place on the map. I mean, I guess, you know, I could just be running around like that. So, that's a thing. Yes, you could go get the day started, KMC. Hit the road. Go for it. Oh, there's a quest down here. The heck? How did I miss that? You doubt I'll be on when you get back? Yeah, I've got maybe an hour and a half left, I think. Maybe a little longer. Ah! I don't know where I was. That's 2 deaths. I gotta quick save a little more often. So where am I? Alright, we'll just do this. We'll come back down to the other ones.
Master Witcher.
What's up?
What happened?
Monsters. Monsters from the swamp. Folks said the road was fraught with peril, but I wouldn't listen. Got my comeuppance now.
Less moaning, more details. What happened, and how can I help? And remember, I don't work for free. Witcher's code and all.
Well, was on my way to the Black Ones to trade. Suddenly my horse got spooked, ran clear off the road. We hit a bump, I went flying and the horse and cart rolled on. Then I heard bubbling, neighing, slurping. Something came out from the muck, devoured Asher, hooves and all. No doubt my goods are still on the cart, but I'm too afeard to go and see. Thought maybe you. I'm most concerned about a little box. Bring it to me. I beg you.
Alright.
Fine.
Super truck!
I don't know if I find that box.
Yes, I know. I do. I have been meditating. I just was in a rush to get somewhere, and actually it seems like this place was the spot where I needed to go. Because I was fighting drowned guys. But you're absolutely right.
cart tracks.
Oh, it's
Rode
going
off
this way.
into the
Then
swamp.
maybe not. Because I was running from this direction and going across, and that's when I hit those things. Whatchamacallits. Yeah. But yeah, and you know what? Actually, it is not a bad idea to go ahead and get one there. Bricks.
Here's the cart. Cart's riddled with arrows. Cart's riddled with arrows. I should take a look around.
Arrows.
Come on.
Square in the neck. Good shot.
Good job.
Either the merchant's got serious memory problems, or he's lying.
Oof. I really should parry more often. And I died again. Wow. I died. That was my third death. 2 times in a row. I only died one other time, so.
Cart's riddled with arrows. Cart's riddled with arrows. I should take a look around.
Show me what you
Oh, there's still another one around here somewhere, huh? There you are. Let that go boom.
Must be that box he mentioned. Splattered with blood. Human blood. An arrow. Didn't mention this.
Oh, yeah? Boom indeed.
Square in the neck. Good shot. Either the merchant's got serious memory problems, or he's lying.
He's lying. Right? Poor horse indeed.
Oh, and you find the box?
Seeing through your lies.
Yeah, found your priceless chest. And someone who looks an awful lot like a cart driver, with an arrow through his neck. No dryads in these swamps, and never known a drowner or a water hag to use a bow. So lacking any other suspects, I'm guessing.
Watch out! Behind you!
There's nothing behind me. I'm a witcher, I'd have heard it. Just like I can hear your heart, which is pounding, like a liar's. Best hope you're a better rider than you are a liar.
Okay. Come on, Roach. Roach, come on. Well. That is why I did a quick save.
This bard's tale begins near White Orchard, with my dear friend Geralt of
Da-da-da-da.
seeking his lover of yore, the sorceress Yennefer. She'd alluded.
All right, Roach, you stay right there.
Oh, and you find...
Yeah. No dryads in these swamps, and never known a drop.
Watch out!
There's nothing behind. Best hope you're a better rider than you are a liar.
Go. This horse sucks.
Run, Roach.
Did I get him?
Gotta get him out of here. Wake up. See? Can't run from the truth. Not even on horseback. Now who are you, and why'd you attack that cart?
Private First Class John Giermer, Temerian 6th Division, 2nd Regiment. Disbanded, but still active. Underground, in the woods. That was a medical transport. I'd be damned if it reached the Black Ones. And the medicine, our lads could use it too. We've many ill among us. You let me go, and they might live and fight once more for a free North.
Well, you know, there's no real option for staying neutral here and being a witcher. Fine, go.
Fine. Go. And may you and your soldier buddies hiding in the bushes be victorious in your struggle against Nilfgaard.
You've a vile sense of humor. But you're a decent man. Here, the gold I promised. Use it well. Drink to the silver lilies and to Foltest's memory.
10 whole experience. So how am I looking on? Oh, it's gonna take forever to level up, won't it? Jeez. Well, I need to get these two and I'm set. So you're not a fan of the puffy gambeson shirts? It's all I've got so far, really. I haven't found anything else because I've, just been wandering around doing exploring without getting any actual gear.
Is it true? Northern women bathe once every 3 years.
All right. I guess we'll go from here.
Slower. Not so fast. Roach. What now?
Yeah, I think I got them all. All right, now we'll get the final piece of treasure. I still can't get over the sun coming up at 3:30 in the morning. That's just crazy. I have not even played Gwent yet. Out of curiosity. Nope. Yes, I'm well aware, Jen Fair of Alaska. I have a friend of mine that lives there, and she's sent me pictures of herself at 1 in the morning in daylight. But I don't think this is that far north. I mean, I could be wrong, but... You're just being a butt? I'm sure you are. But... And would you look at that? There's another signpost.
Much work to do here. Quite.
1 of 9. Oh, I guess because I found 9. Huh. Alright, let's check the blacksmith. Shush. Where's the blacksmith? Up there.
Is the yonder ain't looking.
Military camp. No locals allowed without the express consent of the garrison commander.
I look like a local to you?
You look like trouble.
Dead wrong. I make trouble go away. I'm a witcher.
A witcher? Captain Peter Sagwin Levy is in the tower. Turn right, past the gate.
That work for me?
Guessing your captain's got work for me.
This is the army, Nordling. There is no guessing.
To the tower. Go.
Well, you're a dick.
Is it true? Northern women bathe but once every 3 moons. Move it. Lower and I'd faint.
You can put 200 hours in this game. Lots you can do. Yeah, someone in here earlier was saying that they had, they were easily going to put, 300 with the revamp coming. In 2 weeks. And I'm sure I will. That's the reason why I pick games like this. So games that'll take me a while to get through for the stream. And in fairness, most everything's going to take me longer anyway because of the fact that I'm streaming it. I mean, you account for me stopping while I'm, talking and taking my breaks and stuff like that. Game still looks gorgeous today without the enhancements. Yeah, it does. I mean, I did not mod it. I could have. But I didn't want to take the time to kind of figure it out. Maybe later. And actually, that's another reason, is because of the overhaul and the upgrades that are coming. Was why do the mods now? Why not wait until after the stuff comes in? Huh.
Move it.
Said the guy was in the tower? There's no tower. Quartermaster. Craftsman can craft a variety of items for you for your small fee.
Password.
Dunno any.
So, out for a little walkie, eh? Counting the Emperor's swords to lull you to sleep? Well, in the army, we've a place for nosy ramblers. The scaffold.
And thick-skulled quartermasters, they got a place.
You're clearly skilled at banter. And haggling? You got a knack for that as well?
How's morale?
Morale holding up around here? You boys think you can win this thing?
Ah, a spy after all. Or one to stir trouble.
Neither. Just curious.
Right. Well, tell anyone who cares we will win this war, because Radovid is mad, as everyone knows, and we've an extraordinarily well-drilled and well-supplied army. Incidentally, did you wish to buy something?
All right.
Show me what you're peddling.
Amateurs. He's an amateur. That's not as good as what I have. Nope. Nope. And nope. And nope. I get a lot of stuff out of that. Repair. Let's repair all my stuff. Yeah, 23X. Yeah, X, absolutely. I don't really liking it. The Viper Steel Sword's neat, but I mean, does it... Am I able to upgrade things after I make them? That I have not been told any of this yet, so I don't know. It does have more strength. Didn't even look at that part. Wow, that's huge. Oh, requires level 12. No wonder. That one's really nice. Silver ingot. I need one more silver ingot. I just made some silver, so where is it? Well, I dismantled and I had silver. Ah. That's what my problem was. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, well. That's pretty nice. So we're going to do that one.
I'd like you to craft something for me.
running a simple prompt of sexy tree, and the AI is coming back some actually really nice trees, sans any human anatomy. Well, feel free to share them in the Discord if you'd like.
So long.
That's nice. Hard sign intensity, chance of poison, bonus experience for monsters. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Heard of the Fryhead Brigade? Your kind, sir. Non-humans.
Loar and I'd fain.
Okay.
How much grain will your village give?
Whatever you say, Your Excellency.
Look at my hands. Look. See the calluses? These are not the hands of an excellency, but of a farmer. So we speak peasant to peasant. How much can you give?
40 bushels. There'd be more, sir, but our lads, the Temerians, that is, took from us earlier and...
You will give 30, and that will do. Let us settle on it, and I wish to see the transport soon.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly.
I summoned only the Elderman and the smith, Willis. But it is said he is a dwarf. You are too tall to be him.
Can't argue with your logic.
Very perceptive of you. Geralt of Rivia, Witcher.
Vatgern. This explains why I did not hear your footsteps. What do you seek here?
Yennefer of Vengerberg. Where was she headed?
That is a military secret.
Haven't thrown me out yet. Haven't called the guards. So go ahead. What's your price?
There is a griffin in the area. Slay it, and then I shall see what I can do.
Why do you care about a griffin?
Why do you care about this griffin?
Because I care about people. The beast has killed 10 already, including a few of my men. To hunt it, I would need to mobilize the entire garrison, comb the woods, organize a batu. Simply impossible.
Too big a hassle?
No, too high a risk.
Good old Yen.
Cannot disperse my forces. Temeria's army we have crushed, but its common folk remain, ready to answer a call to arms. So, as to this griffin, I can sit on my hands, or hire a professional.
Fine. I don't really have a choice, do I?
Deal. Some questions before I start. Know where the griffin has its lair?
It kept to the Vulpine Woods at first. I sent a patrol there, 5 young men. A hunter found them 2 days on. They only recognized them because they wore our plate. Since then, the griffin has grown bold. Attacks in villages, fields, on the main road.
Meaning it's abandoned its lair. Gonna have to set a trap.
I judge from your tone this will not be easy. What do you require?
I could use some more information about the griffin.
Need more information about this griffin. Its sex, why it's abandoned its lair.
Shall I bring you witnesses?
They won't say anything I don't already know. I need to go where your men died. Look around. What's the name of the hunter who found them?
Mislov. He has a hut south of the village, very near the wood. Helpful fellow. A little strange, though.
Gonna gather a specific herb.
I'll need bait. A specific herb. Buckthorn. Scent should lure the griffin from 10 miles off.
Buckthorn? I do not know this. But I am not yet fluent in the common tongue.
Mm-hmm. Probably mastered the basics, though. Hands up. Kill them.
No. First came idioms. Don't play with fire, for example. Go to Tomira, an herbalist. She lives near the crossroads. She will aid you.
Okay.
Tomira and Mislov. Thanks.
Es sunt jakten.
Okay. All right. I think this is probably a good point for me to take. This might be my final break of the evening, so I'm gonna go get the tea. I have some hot water still sitting on the pot.
We have much work to do here. Quite.
Find that.
We have much work to do.
Crossroads. So the one person's here. What type of tea? Well, the last one was Earl Grey. I'm not sure. I'll decide that when I get up and move around. Chamomile. Chamomile is very nice. All right, so we'll hit probably this abandoned village, I think. Sounds like a plan there. Because I actually did come across, because since I've been just wandering around exploring. Yes. Oh, great. Hut. And the other person is, he said, near the crossroads. Milk oolong and a griffin hunt. Shaved raven. Yeah, well, that wouldn't be bad. I don't have any oolong right now. I did have a selection of, I got it last year. It was 100 different types of tea. It was all Twinings, but it was, every bag was something different. And yeah, that was fantastic. I had oolong in there. There was chamomiles. There was green tea with lemon, green tea with orange, green tea with mint. Same thing with specific black teas, and then red teas, and Rubio. I can never say that one right. Rubios or whatever it is. Earl Grey, Lady Grey, which Lady Grey is still one of my favorites. English breakfast, Irish breakfast, all the breakfasts. Which I do have English breakfast, and I have Lady Grey, and I have Earl Grey right now, and a couple herbal ones, but I have to look and see what I've got. I'm not quite sure. But either way, I'm going to get up and stretch and move around and go get that last bit of tea and let that steep real quick before we continue on. Ruboy. Yes, that's the one. Yes, absolutely. And then we'll come back to this in a few short moments. So feel free to get something to drink, get a snack, use the facilities. And, of course, it is time to learn a tree fact. So, tree fact. The dog tree. Entered English vocabulary by 1548, had been further transformed to dogwood by 1614. Once the name dogwood was affixed to the tree, it soon acquired a secondary name as the hound's tree. The fruits came to be known as dogberries or houndberries, the latter a name also for the berries of black nightshade and alluding to Hecate's hounds. One theory advances that dogwood was derived from dagwood, which is from the use of the slender slims of very hard wood for making dags. Daggers, skewers, arrows. Dags. Anyway, I'll be back shortly.
Quite a lot.
Okie dokie, I have returned. I'm kind of loving the this wind in the game right now. It's actually raining right now here in real life, so it's like kind of messing with me a little bit. But and I'm glad, Shaved Raven, that you love the tree facts. That's fantastic. So let's go and find a person. See a hare. Rhubarb! Thank you, Three Winners. Stream's been good. How are you? Where's this person?
Burned. Only a human could do this.
A super chill day. You got some snow here. Oh, very nice. Oh.
Female. Larvae in her wounds have already hatched. Been dead at least a week. Other griffin must be a male.
He mad. Determine type.
Thick shaft, dense barbs. A royal griffin. Beak tips worn. Gray hairs in the coat. 10, 12 years old. Griffins pair off for life when young. Male must be about the same age.
He's a big guy.
Deep cuts over the whole body. Not a drop of blood on the beak or claws. Didn't defend herself. Crept up on her while she slept. Explains why the male I ran into was so aggressive. Hunted the Nilfgaardians down here in the forest first, then started prowling the area. Done all I could. Should talk to Vesemir.
Preparing for combat. Never underestimate your opponent. This rule is at the core of the Witcher's Code, and for good reason. Proper preparation has saved many a Witcher's life. Likewise, worth your while to brew potions, concoct oils, or visit craftsmen before engaging in combat. You might want to complete some side quests before attacking. This allows you to gain experience and develop your character, giving you a better chance of winning the fight. Well, I've done just about every damn side quest there is. That I can find, anyway. I'm really close to leveling, too. I didn't do that. Huh. I just skipped it, I guess. Oh, I have the buckthorn already. How about that? Am I leaking Witcher so far? Yeah, I am. I played the first two. I just never played this particular one. Yeah, basically this is the tutorial, yes. I suppose there's really no basically about it. It still is.
Magic. A place of power.
Oh, I didn't get it. Really? No, well, I guess it won't. Very, very close to actually getting to a level up, so... Okay, I can't... Oh, damn. Okay. The Emperor of Nilfgaard. Milfgard. Okay. I just need 6 points to level up to 3.
Greetings.
What's up?
Let me have a look at your stock.
Yeah, I still haven't even played Gwent yet, so yeah.
Take care.
Grand told me about Slisbury. Lad went missing one day, so folk nabbed a witch that was hunting nearby. Started poking him, asking.
Whose field is that the other side of the river?
By the wood, boy and Clements.
Oh, he's out. He's outside? Oh, he is.
Before. Harvest is a long way off yet.
Yes? What is it, Wolf?
Buy cards.
Realize it's been half a year since we hunted down that fiend in Varun.
Yes. Well, that was more than a fiend. What was that bastard's name? Drugan? May the soil lie light upon him. Things used to be simpler. Monsters were bad, humans good. Now, everything's all confused.
Used to be exactly the same. You've just forgotten.
Do well not to point up my age. You're near a century old yourself.
See you later, Vesemir.
I mean, I'll go buy some cards. That's fine. The dude's right here. I don't really actually... Do I have the money for it?
Greetings.
Let me have a look at your stock.
Yeah, I don't have the money for it. Not really. Buy that. I guess I can... Nope. Oh, I can come back?
Take care.
It's tutorial, so I don't know. It was like...
Don't you look at me.
Gwent players use your own customized decks. Use this panel to manage your decks. Deck is currently 2 unit card short. No, I'm 1.
My gran told me about went missing one day, so folk nabbed a witchman that was hunting nearby, started poking him, asking.
Sure, why not? Gathering all good cards takes the whole game. Figured as much. Francesca Findabayer. King of the Wild Hunt. Commander of the Red Riders. Destroyer of Worlds. Bringer of Death. The Treacherous. Boydum.
Yes? What is it, Wolf?
Got good news and bad news. Good news first. Captain of a Nilfgaardian garrison knows where Yennefer went.
And the bad's that we have to kill the Griffin for him. What else could he want from two witches? Go on. Tell me what you know.
Griffin's abandoned its lair. Gotta make a lure, set a trap.
And how's that going?
Got some information.
Learned some things. It's a male, had its nest in the Vulpine Woods. The Nilfgaardians burned the woods down, killed its mate, smashed their eggs. Thought they'd fixed things.
It's always the same. Instead of sending for a professional, they try to do it themselves, only end up making matters worse.
Got some buckthorn ready. Oh.
Got the buckthorn.
Ought to work like a charm. Powerful scent.
More like stench.
City boy. Rotting meat, manure, piss, standard smells of the countryside. Remember Tredegor? Hunting that Zoogle in the trash heap? You spent half the next day bathing, scrubbing yourself.
How can I forget? You ever gonna stop bringing that up?
Fine. If everything's ready, say the word and we'll get to work.
Let's go set the trap. Well,
later, Vesemir.
Let's see. Griffin decoction. Grape shot, hybrid oil. Ard. Alright, so what I need, grape shot, so I need calcium equum. And I need none of those. What was it? Hybrid oil. Which is not something I think I have or can make. Yeah, I don't have it. So let me see what we've got. Well,
it's Durban now. D-E-R.
Oh.
He bumped his head when he went to bed and wet himself good morning.
Did any of those count as a quest? Collect them all. Oh.
A return customer. Welcome. What can I do for you this time?
I'd like you to forge something for me.
Well, can he? White honey. Wait, what am I doing? Saddlebags would be nice. I probably could use it. So does he know? He just knows glyphs. There's really nothing I can get then.
So long.
Oi! Now! Freak.
All right then. All right, I do need. What did I need for Great Shot? Calcium Equum. That's the one I was looking for. There's already 2 up there.
Don't you look at me.
A return customer. Welcome. Look.
Show me what you got.
And he does not have it.
So long.
All right, so it doesn't really matter then at this point. Because it is, it's technically still the tutorial, I guess. Unless the other guy over here has something, which I don't know. We'll find out. I don't think he does.
The Gran told me about the Caesar. The lad went missing one day, so folk nabbed a witch that was hunting him.
Greetings.
What's up?
Let me have a look at your stock.
He doesn't have what I want. Temerian saddle. Yeah, that's expensive too. It's exactly the same. Oh, I already have one. Well, no, not really, but
Take care.
What did the folk do? They put the soldier's head back on.
all right. And yeah, I guess that's really all I've got. So, okay.
Yes?
Let's do it then.
What is it, Wolf?
Been busy with the Griffin contract.
And?
Let's do it.
I'm ready. No point in waiting. Let's find a good spot to ambush it.
Picked one out already. Other side of the stream. There's fields and a grove. Plenty of room and far enough so no one will get in our way.
Good. Meet you there.
Thunderbolt. Look in the formula for the Thunderbolt potion. Increases attack power. Okay. Yeah. We can just do that. Or which one do I think we'll get rid of the tawny owl.
Heard of the Fryhead today?
Why? All right. All right. He wants me to go there. Okay. Yeah. Kids trying to hunt bears with a slingshot. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Well then.
A stream, amber waves of grain. Charming place. Perfect for an ambush.
I know how to choose them. So, ready?
All right.
Let's start. Wind's good. Bait's scent will spread quickly.
Now all we have to do is wait. Come on. We can cower in the shade of those birches.
Birches!
So tell me, once we find Yennefer, what'll you do? Got your eye on a contract?
No. I'll go to Kaer Morhen.
Little early to settle in for the winter.
Snows are a way off, yes. And that's what worries me. Nilfgaard's crossed the Pontar in the east. Puts them maybe a week's march from Kaer Morhen. If they reach the valley before snows can cover the passes, well, we need to cover our tracks, hide our paths. Speaking of winter and wintering, think you'll come this year?
Maybe. Might bring a guest.
It's close.
Let's go give it a warm welcome.
Wait, take this.
They are some nice birches. Oh, I got a crossbow.
Wanted in a cart while you ran around. Might come in handy.
Took you for a traditionalist.
A witcher with a crossbow? We breaking with tradition?
Stop talking. Got a griffin to kill.
Watch out!
It's about to dive.
I thought I had it set. So am I.
Don't let it get away.
Come on, Roach.
Got it. It's a burb. It's not really a... Well, it's a griffin. They're not quite burbs.
Not bad. Not bad. Though you could stand to improve some things.
Like what?
For example?
Upward vertical strike. It's too obvious. But more on that later. Take the griffin's head to the black ones. I'll ready our horses. Meet me at the inn.
Evil burb. Like turkeys. Only the normal turkeys. Like, that people eat. Wild turkeys are different. They're kind of evil too, though. Lieutenant Diana ain't got no head. You don't trust turkeys? It's fair. Hey, I did level up. Nice. But I don't unlock a slot until level 4, so... I did actually already upgrade those, so that kind of made me a lot stronger. We're going to go ahead and do that one again. Where's that? He got you some popcorn. I like popcorn.
What the hell is this?
Roy.
You take me for a blind man or a fool? This grain is rotten.
No, I didn't know.
So, a fool. Damn it, you never learn. Military Codex, Article 2, Section 3. For the delivery of defective goods, 15 lashes with a knout. Make it so.
No, no, no! By the gods, no!
What?
No more Captain Nice Guy?
Guess you've dropped your good uncle act.
It was no act. I extended a hand to these people. They spat on it.
Could it be because it held the sword that killed their loved ones?
Tja, a moralist. And what would you do in my stead?
Wouldn't ever be in your stead.
Tell me why you've come.
Fulfilled my end of the bargain. Your turn. Where'd Yennefer go?
To Vizima.
She was a day's ride from here the whole time? Under my nose? Might have said so.
Yes, I might have. But you would not have killed the griffin. Tit for tat. Halt! We are not done. It's yours, this gold. I would not want you to say you were inadequately compensated.
So, I mean, obviously, the time left to decide won't change it because it's still tutorial. Does it really matter whether I take the coin or not from this guy? Fuck it, I need the money. Are the guys getting whipped? Where? Where is he? Where is he? In here? What's over here? Oh, he's in there. Okay. All right, where is he? Back at the town? Yep, he's back at the town. Not that way. This way.
Jennifer's in Vizima. Got a few friends there, so... Something wrong?
Look around. Trouble brewing.
Who are they?
Who are they?
Patriots. Drinking their 7th round for Tamaria. Fist starting to itch.
Don't see any Nilfgaardians.
They'll find another foe. I'll buy some provisions for the journey. Then we'll go. Geralt, we should stay out of it. Just this once.
Who are you?
I'm no one to be trifled with. That is all you ever need know.
Pumpkin Kitty. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Gamma Forest.
What happened to the lilies?
Took him down.
You played this game too?
Took 'em
Excellent.
down to hang a golden sun there now.
I cannot show Temerian colours. They'll come and burn the tavern down.
Maybe it's true what they say. You fond of the Imperials? You Nilfgaard's whore?
I'll let that pass. I know grief eats at your heart.
You know shit. They hanged my sister, dragged her out the cloister like a dog. Said Nilfgaard's no place for superstition, that they don't fear the wrath of the gods. And you, do you fear it? If not for Annie, your child would have choked on its navel string. You owe your son to my sister attending to the birth, and you don't fear the gods' wrath. You don't fear it, you cunt! Leave me be!
Recognize this medallion? You know what it means. Back off.
You all right?
They say witches steal young'uns.
I'm still in the tutorial, Voidum, and this is still my first playthrough.
Your own land, like he did the elves once.
Get out, all of you.
We ain't going nowhere. And neither are you.
They won't back down now.
I can see that.
Yeah, I'm still in the tutorial.
It's all right. It's over.
Leave me be! Get away!
See his face! God save us!
Be gone. And don't ever come back.
So much for not getting involved. Come on, let's go.
That brawl, we didn't start it.
Excuses, excuses. You've not changed a bit.
Yen? How?
I received a report about a witcher who'd appeared in White Orchard. I knew it was you, looking for me. I might have waited until you found me, but... well, you know me. Patience has never been my strong suit. It's... good to see you, Geralt. I'd even embrace you. Were you not covered in blood?
Sorry. Wasn't expecting to see you. To be honest, this isn't at all how I imagined we'd meet.
How did you imagine it?
You didn't imagine you'd have a Nilfgaardian escort. Don't get me wrong, Yennefer. I'm glad to see you. But I do think you owe us an explanation.
And I shall provide it. In Vizima. Ready your horses.
Why Vizima?
We can talk here. Some charming orchards nearby. In bloom even, so you almost can't smell the corpses.
A tempting proposition. Sadly, I must say no. You see, someone awaits you in Vizima. Someone who doesn't like to be kept waiting. Emperor Emir var Emrys. Or, to those on more intimate terms with him, the white flame dancing on the graves of his foes.
Doubt I number among that group. Far as I remember, last time we saw each other, he wanted to kill me.
Well, now he wishes to make you an offer.
The kind one can't refuse?
I didn't, though I could have.
I know what he offered you.
Must have been a damn good offer then. Not many things you'd give up your freedom for, and even fewer people.
The sooner we set off, the sooner you'll find out.
What about you?
I'm going in the opposite direction. I somehow doubt the Emperor's invitation mentioned me. Besides, I've got things to do at Kaer Morhen, remember?
Yeah, I remember. Thanks for your help, Vesemir. See you soon.
How's your horse? Swift?
Can't complain. Why do you ask?
I'd like to be back behind some thick city walls as soon as possible.
Achievement unlocked. Lilac and gooseberries. The game just crashed on me? The heck? Well, that was something. This should be alright. We'll find out.
This bard's tale begins near White Orchard, with my dear friend Geralt of Rivia seeking his lover of yore, the sorceress Yennefer.
That brawl? Yeah.
I received... I might... It's...
Sorry.
How did...
You didn't...
Well, luckily it's just right here, so...
We can talk.
Attempt... Use... Emperor...
Doubt I...
Well... I didn't.
Fine. Guess I'm willing to hear him out.
The Emperor of Nilfgaard, Lord of Metina, Ebbing, and Gamera, Sovereign of Nazaire and Vicovaro will feel honored, I'm sure.
I'm going in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
How's your... I'd like...
You know, I had a dream about you recently.
Knowing you, it was probably filthy.
Just the beginning. But then...
But then...
Well, okay. Ow.
We shall talk of this tomorrow, all right? After the audience.
Well then.
This bard's tale begins near White Orchard, with my dear friend Geralt of Rivia seeking his lover of yore, the sorceress Yennefer. She'd eluded him for years, but now seemed just a few steps ahead. After many trials and tribulations, Geralt finally learned that Yen was in nearby vicinity.
Many trials and tribulations. Took 9.5 hours.
It must suffice.
Thinkamere cares if I'm clean.
The gentleman will refer to His Imperial Majesty by his full title or not at all. The gentleman will be seated on the bergère.
The what now?
In that chair. Catwin, please shave the gentleman's sideburns to 1/2 inch.
Something wrong with my beard?
What's wrong with my beard? Always thought it added to my dignity.
It does. Yet it also detracts from your elegance. In Nilfgaard, we consider beards hard on the eyes. Especially beards infested with lice.
Been on the road a while. Fine, do your thing.
Tilt your head back, please, and sit still.
And prepare to answer some questions.
General, I am not certain this is the appropriate time.
I can't think of a better time. Men turn honest when they feel a blade at their throat. Morvran Voris, commander of the Alba Division.
I'm gonna get a little stuttering here, but
See the Emperor, Witcher. There's some information I need you to verify. It's a formality, but one that must be seen to.
Sure. Paperwork's gotta be in order.
So, Geralt of Rivia. Place of birth unknown. Parents unknown. Age unknown. All insignificant details. Let us proceed to more recent events. The siege of La Valette Castle. The fate of the defending commander, one Arian.
I don't even remember how I ended Witcher 2. It's been a while. But this is because I chose the option at the start of the game saying we're continuing the story from Witcher 2, so
We fought on opposing sides, true. Then we landed in the same dungeon. Arian escaped, set fire to the castle on his way out.
So that is how the Blade started. Our reports suggested the dragon was responsible. Moving on. You then found shelter in charming
Krister!
From there, you made your way to
Gardorf! Hello, my friend. How are you doing this evening? How was your stream? Thank you for coming in with your wonderful people. How are you, you fantastic, fantastic person? It is tea time. How was your games tonight? Yakuza Like a Dragon. I've actually been considering starting the Yakuza series myself recently, but I've got a lot to go through first. So, it's just gotten more green. Yes, indeed. Angela 3000. Hello, hello. How are you, sir? How was your game? Did you have a lot of fun? Did you do some crazy stuff? Because I know the Yakuza series, you get to do some like dancing or karaoke and all the things. Were you doing fun things, or were you doing actual fighting and story-based stuff? There is a lot of game there. Yes, there is. And here I am getting 3 major game series in my week with Fallout New Vegas for modded Mondays, and now I've got Witcher 3 on Tuesdays and the Baldur's Gate series on Thursdays. So we've got a lot of gameplay to go through right now. But welcome on in, everybody. If y'all don't know me, I'm Greeny Trini. You can call me Greeny, and I call this the Gamma Force. And this is my very first playthrough of Witcher 3. So I have played Witcher 1 and 2. This was long before I started streaming when I played them. I'm trying to remember how I ended Witcher 2, and I don't really remember what I did. But yeah, hi. How you doing? We're actually getting ready to wind down myself, and I'm having light issues. Little karaoke. I know it's a turn-based RPG. It's a JRPG. Which is a little the earlier Yakuzas are more brawlers kind of deal, right? If I remember correctly. But I know that Like a Dragon, which is the name of the series for real, is but this one is more of the turn-based style. You love the intricacies of it? Very nice. I just remember coming into one of your streams, and I think it was one of the earlier Yakuzas, and you were like slapping a box on someone's head or a milk crate or whatever it was. But yeah. I don't remember either any of this. It has been a very long time since I played through Witcher 1 and 2, so I'm trying to I think I basically just finished the tutorial, so we're kind of starting the main game right now. Yeah, I'm in the middle of getting a nice shave, indeed. Luckily, I don't have to do that myself, so because who's gonna you gotta have this. It's me. Let's do all this according to chance. I think it's this one. Family Matters Now. We're gonna roll dice to make our decisions. If I can find the right die. There it is. So we are using my turtle inclusion dice. I gotta get them back in the bag. There's a lot of them. You played Witcher 3 first, and that quest made you as disgusted as it made you amused. So, these are my turtle inclusion dice. These are from Kraken Dice. Let me do this so I can actually tell what I'm doing. Right there. There's the Kraken. This is a two-sided die. On the inside of each one of these in this whole set that's in this bag, there is a little turtle. It's not the easiest to see, but you can kind of see that little blue thing right there. It's a turtle. Turtle. So we're just going to leave the decisions up to chance on this and decide whatever it is. So, 1.
I got out of Flotsam with Vernon Roach, commander of the Blue Stripes, and...
A murderer of non-humans. We know this gentleman well, Witcher. You forged...
Ah, that's right. I remember that guy now.
Something tells me my most interesting is yet to come. Go on, next question, before my beard grows back in.
We shall shave you again if it does. Very well. The infamous summit at Loch Muin. You were there. And once again meddled in the affairs of the mighty.
Had to save Triss.
The mighty had imprisoned Triss Marigold. Ought to know I care about her, and I tend to rescue those I care about.
And so you did, handing Radovid control of the Conclave and Council of Mages in the process.
Nilfgaard recently started a war, unprovoked. So do us both a favor and stop moralizing.
The gentleman must sit still. I'm almost done.
I'm afraid I might find that difficult. Because, from what I know, shortly afterwards you watched a defective megascope blow your friend Sheila de Tanserville to bits.
I am. Thank you very much, Gardorf. Oh, KMC, you are back. She escaped.
I watched her get in the megascope, but ultimately freed her from the trap your man Letho of Gullet had set. Write that down. I want to be sure the paperwork's in order now.
Well, national interest calls on one to forge difficult alliances at times. Alliances with witches included.
Okay. I killed Letho.
Well, that alliance has been dissolved, irrevocably. I killed Letho in Loch Muin.
So we heard. It's a good thing you did. Saved our agent some messy and difficult work. I believe that is all. Your signature, please, affirming you stated the whole truth and nothing but the truth on pain of imprisonment or death, etc., etc. Here and here.
With these formalities...
Well, we're very close to that, KMC.
...to leave the room. We shall be choosing the gentleman's attire. An important matter, but one that does not require the General's assistance.
Shame. I might have given you some advice. So long, Geralt. Good luck with your audience.
Feels more like I'm being readied for a wedding.
Were that so, I would have prepared the gentleman a frock, a tailcoat, or possibly a dinner jacket. In point of fact, the gentleman will choose from these garments.
Any color as long as it's black. Where are my clothes?
Where are my clothes?
Where they should have gone long ago, with the laundress. They will be returned to you after the audience, clean and starched. The gentleman will tell me once he has chosen an outfit.
Well,
A wedding directly out of Norling tales. Inconceivable.
what's going on here? Why can I not? Well, I'm having some really big issues here. This is interesting. All right. Well, because of the way this is going, I have apparently lost control of my mouse. And so we're going to need to change that. So I am at the end of the night anyway, so let's go ahead and call it. Now the mouse works. What is going on? And I realize that Krister, you just came in with the raid, but I am at the end. I have work tomorrow, so those of you who, and that's also happening a lot. Wow. So anyway, thanks all for being here. I appreciate it. This has been a great night. I've had a lot of fun tonight learning, well, I guess playing through the prologue of Witcher 3. And yeah, thanks everyone again for being here. Let's see if there's possibly someone we can maybe throw a raid as well. I'll be back on Thursday night for Baldur's Gate, doing the playthrough from beginning to end of that. There's something going on with my light. I don't know what it is, to be honest. So it's just been the last 2 days has been a thing. But yes, so yeah, we'll be back Thursday night for Baldur's Gate. Monday we'll be doing the Fallout New Vegas playthrough with the 340 something mods. If anyone's interested in seeing what it is that I am going off of, there is a link right there, which is the collections that I chose to go through. I had to take some of them off for obvious reasons, of course, you know, as the command says. There goes the light again. We're just gonna leave it off. So also point of reference and reminders that Night of Pies is coming. Those of you who don't know, I am a professional chef. So Night of Pies is coming in a few weeks. I will be making lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of pies, all on stream for y'all. Also, probably next week, I think it's next week, I will be doing a board game night. One of the D&D board games is coming out. Yes, Foydum. It is the annual Night of Pies. I do this every December. Last year I did 14 pies in 2.5 hours. I'm going to try to at least, if not beat it in the time period, or at least do more pies. So we'll see how we can go with that. Board game night will be probably next week. I haven't quite figured out exactly what we're going to do with that. At least maybe do an unboxing of the board game itself. And we'll try to set it up so we do chat plays with the game. The record was last year. I did 14 pies in 2.5 hours. I was going to go for 16 pies last year, but I ran out of material, so I have to try to get all of that ahead of time. I'll probably end up doing this on the Thursday before Christmas. So that way I give out my pies on the Friday, because Christmas is on Sunday, Christmas Eve is Saturday. I give out my pies on Friday, cook them all on Thursday. So I think that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Anyway, those of you who want to come along with us on the raid, and you happen to be subbed to the channel, I have a raid call. And if you don't, I have a raid call for that too. It was the eggs. No. It was not the eggs. I ran out of butter. And sugar. But mostly the butter. I ended up not counting how many sticks of butter I had correctly. That was actually my problem. I had plenty of eggs. I had 42 eggs. So I had definitely had way more than enough to do the pies. 16 pies would have been 32 eggs. I definitely had the eggs. But yeah, it was definitely the butter. I ran out of the butter. Yep. Anyway, let's see. I'm assuming there's someone out here that we can possibly throw a raid to, and I have an idea of where I want to go. I haven't done this one in a while, and I'm probably gonna be very sad for it. Let me double check and make sure how this is going. Yeah, we're gonna go see a dear friend of the channel. Answer of everything 42. Yes, and it was 42 eggs. Absolutely was. I bought it was a flat of 30 eggs and then another crate of 12 eggs. So, yeah. Anyway, anybody who happens to be with us is going on the raid that has a sub to the channel. We have Tree Raid Let's Get Nuts. And if you want to come along and do a raid and you're not sub to the channel, that's perfectly fine. I've got one right here. Tree Raid, we won't leave you. No, KMC, you got the reference correctly. Blue 42. The meaning of life, the answer of life, the universe, and everything. So answer of everything, meaning of life, same thing. So you had it right. Because literally it's supposed to be the answer to the question of life, the universe, and everything is 42. Problem is you can't know the answer and the question at the same time. Anyway, we're going to go say hi to Ultrasaurus. She is a great friend of the channel. She's one of the first people that helped me get to the affiliate level. All those that long time ago, 2.5 years ago, and she's doing Farming Simulator. So thank goodness right now she's not cutting down trees. But yeah, we've had a great time. We had lots of follows, all the resubs and new subs and the raids and all of the things. So I had a great time tonight. I hope to see y'all again. You thought I just love Ace Ventura? I do like Ace Ventura. It is a good times. But either way, thanks again, everyone, for being here. Krister also for the raid as well. I hope every one of you have a wonderful night, day, evening, whatever your time zone is. And as always, in the immortal words of Bill S. Preston, Esquire, and Ted Theodore Logan, be excellent to each other. I'll see y'all soon.